X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time.
Can you see it? All the ones who drag my name every single day. Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it? They keep saying you don't have what it takes to carve out your own name underneath the shadows of gods. And I keep waiting for the day disbelievers say I flew way too close to the sun. I wait, but it never really comes. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shackled minds. Why do they just in arrogance when they fall from the battles I have overcome? You feel it, feel the cope and the seething tone that they make while I stand up, man among gods. And I keep vaping with my mill, shooting ropes in my cold that faces towards the sun. They hate, but I'm sitting comfy with their mom. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shackled mind. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shadowed minds. It's you and me, your mom, it's me. I'll take another hit from my name. You see now, watch me not now, punch your things now. Show you how.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hello, hello, welcome, welcome. It's so good to see all of you. What's up there, Ectoplasm, Canova Striker, Perry Icefire, War Penguin, TSW the Shadow Wolf, how are you doing? Ninetails Fox 2, good to see ya. Appland, how are you doing? Straw Hat Monty 97, what's up? Redux, good to see ya. Cammy Whammy, how are you? Bazooka Horse, how are you doing? Good to see ya. Lumberzan? Well, I mean, this is just usually what I would wear out the house. I like your drip, Zan. This is just my flannel. I'm not even wearing a shirt under this. This is just a flannel. Thank you. I appreciate it, though. DoodleCat606, I appreciate it. Pepper221, hello, how are you? Josco the Bard, what's up? Somera, how are you doing? Green Moon 2040, what's up? Definitely not Alice, how are you? Lord Rose 97, good to see ya. Kobe, how are you? We get it, you live in Seattle? We get it, you live in the Pacific Northwest. God, you don't have to give us the hard sell with the flannel. I too am wearing a flannel today. They're warm, and they look good. Flannels look good on everybody. You can't tell me there's a single person on this planet that looks worse in a flannel. There are two types of people, those who Xander their Hall and Hall their Xander. Which kind are you? Did you hear about Biden buying a book about Israel being awful? Biden's slowly but surely showing his power level. He's been based this whole time. He's actually been a hyper-lefty and was never pro-Israel. He was just locked into all those agreements that the US has been in with Israel for decades. I just think plaid looks nice on you. Entirely very Chad. Thank you, I appreciate it. Dark Brandon time? Yeah, he's gonna reveal his true form. He's gonna go to full power. Dark Brandon might end up having to use upwards of 5% of his complete power. I appreciate the compliments, chat. You guys are so kind today. Y'all are very complimentary. Yo, War Penguin, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Thank you, thank you. A 3-monther too. Hot damn. I really do appreciate that. That means so much. Thank you. Said, I got no funny jokes or links today. Work is draining my soul until late December, sad face. Oh, I'm sorry, War Penguin. Well, I really do appreciate the donation, but I hope that... Man, I just hope you can bite the bit and get through it, you know? Just get through that awful stint of hard hours I assume you're going to have to work during the holiday season. Yeah, the late December can't come any sooner, I guess. Thank you so much for the $12, though, War Penguin. It's really appreciated. And Pepper T21, thank you for the $5 e-dues. How kind of you. Thank you so, so much. Sent a YouTube link. The Rolling Dead Cars animation. Wait, is this... This can't be. This can't be.
Not coming in behind you again, old man.
He crashed.
Nurse.
That shitpost goes crazy. The Walking Dead shitpost community is up there with Breaking Bad's. I'm not joking. I'm not. Hold on. The Walking Dead shitposts. Dude, there might be no community better at shitposting than the Walking Dead community. A lot of these are clips that say, let me ask you something. Of just Shane saying, let me ask you something. Here's Shane running meme, 4K, 60 FPS. Everyone recognizes this. I'm excited for us to get to this scene of The Walking Dead.
Oh, shit.
What is that? What is that? What is that?
That fucking run. Everyone recognizes that clip. That clip is just so... Everyone uses it. That clip of him running, saying, what is that? What is that? When your dog picks up something in its mouth and it looks like it's gonna swallow.
What is that?
I love The Walking Dead. Early Walking Dead is so memeable. 102K, let's keep the let's keep the growth steady and consistent. Let's go! And honestly, we should keep it exponential. No consistent steady growth. We want exponential growth, but not really, because I actually don't want my community to grow too quickly. I think we should probably do an anti-Hassan segment today. Because I think that we need to get any potential... let's just be honest, dumb fucks and cucks that might have entered the community recently due to the big sub surge. I think we need to get them nice and unsubscribed and hating me as part of like the filter. Every time we get a big influx of subs, we got to put out a video shitting on Hassan to get the most cringe, the worst culled from the herd. Zan's community starts growing too quickly. Does a Hassan Segi? Exactly. I'm not a fan of Hassan. I'm saying, based, Mermaid Mia. You'll fit in here. This is a bit funny. What is
I
this?
want to watch Crocodile Hunter.
I love this guy's videos. They're so good.
Steve Irwin is too smart and is gonna teach you too much shit. If you become a zoologist, how's that gonna make me look? I work at a hardware store.
Dad, your value isn't decided by the work you do. I think you're real smart, Dad. You do so much for me and Mom. It doesn't matter if you didn't go to college. It doesn't make us love you any less.
You really mean that, son?
Yeah!
You just made a grown man cry, son. That's some smart ass shit. You're grounded.
I love this guy's videos. Did you see the one he did of the, someone animated one of his best ones. Here it is. Oh. The animated version of this video goes so hard. I love this one.
We caught one of you sick little fucks. You can chew through metal, but you can't chew through glass, huh?
Where did you even get a glass box? This is an absurd thing to own.
Well, it used to house exquisite jewelry. But now the pawn shop is stocked up on Gam Gam's emerald brooches!
Please let me go.
Where's your nest? I haven't had Triscuits in weeks because of you rodents.
I'll never tell.
You realize you fit in a microwave, right?
If you're going to kill me, then so be it. But I won't compromise my brethren.
Your shirt says 81. Are there over 80 gnomes in my house right now?
No, it's actually just an Aaron Hernandez jersey.
Oh.
Yeah.
Are you, like, a fan?
Separate the art from the artist, brother.
See, now I'm just uncomfortable.
Then release me or kill me! I resent these transparent confines!
Well, since you like Aaron Hernandez so much, how about I take off all your arms and legs and use you as a football for the rest of your life?
They're in the air vents.
Guys, they're in the air vents. I need to record my take on Romeo and Juliet being a representation of the Republicans and Democrats. So true. So true. Speaking of Aaron Hernandez, Hernandez's Exhibit A for why football shouldn't exist. Didn't he have, like, severe allegations of abuse? What was it that exactly that he got canceled for? What did he do? I don't know. I think it had something to do with, like, murder? Yeah. Did he murder... Was it, like, his girlfriend? Did he beat his girlfriend? Something like that? I don't know. It was something along those lines. I don't follow anything to do with sports. I just know that he got Giga canceled or something. How was your tilapia dinner? Oh, thank you, Andrew Zagola, for the $2 super chat. It was quite good. I actually made myself 3 tilapias, and I, You guys know what ceviche is? Not like the chowder character, but the way of cooking, where you take some fish or meat or something and you put it into, like, juice, like lemon juice, and you cook it that way. I did it kind of like that, but with heat. I got a bunch of lime juice and some lemon pepper seasoning. I got myself 3 big fillets of tilapia. He murdered his future brother-in-law. Oh, I knew it had something to do with his wife or girlfriend. It was his wife/girlfriend's brother. Okay. Listen, I don't follow that shit very closely, so... At least I was close. Regardless, though, what was I gonna say? Yeah, basically, I got a bunch of lime juice. I put it into the pan. I heated it up. I got my 3 big fillets of tilapia. I covered him in lemon pepper seasoning, and then I ceviche boiled them in the lime juice until the lime juice reduced down to like a syrup, because it boils away all the water. And so by the time the fish is almost done, the lime juice is like a lime juice concentrated syrup. And at that point, it's filled with, like, the juices of the fish and the the seasoning and everything. And then you take it and you pour it onto a plate. I just pour the whole thing onto a plate, and I drizzle the like lime juice, like reduced lime juice onto it. And oh my, it is so sour. I like sour. So this might be too strong for some of you. But oh my god, is my mouth watering just thinking about it. It was so good. I also had some last night. I made myself the same thing the next night. Sounds like that dinner went hard. True. I need to order some asparagus in my next grocery order, because you can actually make asparagus the same exact way, like cook it with the fish basically, and it's a really good complementary vegetable to the tilapia. And I'd like to throw in some vegetables with it. Maybe, man, I think mashed potatoes, tilapia, and asparagus is like a wild combo, but I love all those things. It's ceviche, my bad. There's no R in it, brother. I listen, motherfucker. I'm American. I'm American. I don't pronounce shit from other countries right. God damn it. There's America. I don't know what the fuck a kilometer is. I got the hang of making homemade sushi, been making salmon and crab meat rolls. Hell yeah, Perry Icefire. Sounds good. Are you good at rolling it? Because I tried to do it once, and the rolling part is actually quite difficult. It loves to fall apart. Getting better? That's the hard part. It loves to tear and it loves to fall apart. It loves to go slack. You gotta use that day-old rice that gets nice and sticky. Creates a good binder. There's some good videos on YouTube about how to make really good, perfect sushi. I need more food, but it's all the way downstairs and I don't want to get up. I have no energy to do so. Probably because you're hungry. Just do it, you know? Like, I'm gonna be your motivation right now. Just get up and just do it. Just get yourself a snack, War Penguin. I believe in you. And after you've eaten it, like, even if it's just a quick snack that you can grab and run upstairs with, then you'll have energy to make yourself something else later. But if you don't get yourself something now, you're gonna end up super low energy all day and you're not gonna want to make yourself any food. I always have to make sure that I'm eating all day. Otherwise, by, like, late night, I'll be tired and I won't feel like cooking, and I'll order something off of DoorDash, and it's such a waste of money. Like, you gotta make sure that you don't skip breakfast and you get your lunch in. Otherwise, when dinner time comes around, God help you, you might be tempted to order something on DoorDash. And, if you can't afford it, well, that sucks, but it's also, you know, kind of good. But if you can, then you won't be able to for too long, because god damn is DoorDash expensive. I got the big gallon of water for today. Oh yeah, the bamboo roller is big, Perry Icefire. Good stuff. You got the right tools for the job. Alright, everyone. I hope we're all feeling good today. So chat, before we get into things today, I want to ask you guys, what are you all drinking today? For me, it's just water. Just straight up water, but in a little bit, I'll be going upstairs to go grab my mass gainer shake from the fridge. So I'm curious what you guys are having to drink today. Oh, having a Guinness Supernova. Nothing. Get yourself something to drink. Hydrate before you dehydrate. Air, pre-workout, pickle juice, water, water, milk, water with a side of Coca-Cola, gin, coffee, hot chocolate, water for now, green tea and mango punch, just had a coffee, soda water, coffee, water, coffee, more coffee. Man, you guys are drinking coffee today, huh? Y'all are some coffee drinkers in chat today, huh? My god. God damn. Dinosaur pee? Where'd you get that? What the heck? Alright. Let me bring up a very quick segment, or a very quick link for a segment. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Alright, everybody. Have you guys ever seen a situation where someone awful actually tries to do a generally agreed upon good thing, but in trying to do the good thing, they're so awful and they're so bad, they still take the L because they don't know how to properly do that good thing. That is pretty much what this story is an example of that we're about to get into. You see, Trump has now threatened a 100% tariff on BRICS countries if they abandon the US dollar. BRICS, by the way, is a gathering of countries that have some sort of economic trade agreement. They're mostly countries that are either tenuously cool with the US, have no relationship with the US, or are outright hostile to the US. So we're not talking about a group of countries that we're super friendly with by any means here. We're talking about I think Russia is one of them. Many of them are cool with America, but kind of tenuously, not super close. It's not like a group of super friendly countries. 100%, my guy, what is wrong with you? Yeah, 100%. A 100% tariff. Good God. He really does, and his supporters really do think that, yeah, BRICS is like reverse NATO. That's a good way to put it, Canada's Joel. So 100% tariffs, insane. Trump and his supporters genuinely think tariffs are the biggest power play in the world of geopolitics and world trade. It is not. It is basically shooting yourself in the dick and saying somehow that hurt the other guy. The president-elect wrote that the coalition of non-Western countries should expect to say goodbye to selling into the wonderful U.S. economy if it backs a currency other than the US dollar. Do you want to know why he's likely doing this? Because these tariffs are likely to kill the US dollar very quickly. Not wipe it off the face of the earth, but really hurt it. And it would actually make sense for a lot of these countries who aren't even friendly with America to start backing another currency besides the US dollar, since, well, even on an objective, biased level, the US dollar is not going to be that stable in the coming years, especially with Trump's public economic policy. And Trump's threat is to make the US dollar even less stable in the coming years. It's like, Jesus, dude. Do you not know why they're doing this? In a Truth Social post Saturday, President-elect Donald Trump said he would impose a 100% tariff on the BRICS geopolitical coalition of non-Western countries if the group moves away from trading using the US dollar. Quote, the idea is that the BRICS countries are trying to move away from the dollar while we stand by and watch is over, Trump wrote. We require a commitment from these countries that they will neither create a new BRICS currency nor back any other currency to replace the mighty US dollar, or they will face 100% tariffs and should expect to say goodbye to selling into the wonderful US economy. That is not how tariffs work, Trump. They are not the ones paying. It is the people, the retail places like stores here in America that need to buy a amount of supply of a thing. If it is manufactured or even sold by, say, China, for instance, and it's tariffed at 100%, that means that Walgreens has to pay twice as much at customs in taxes just to import the goods, and then they have to sell it at probably more than a 100% markup in order to make back what they spent just on the taxes at customs. Oh yeah, the BRICS countries are Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, Iran, Egypt, Ethiopia, and the United Arab Emirates, and there are other countries that have applied to join as well. There are other countries actively joining it as we speak. They could go and find another sucker, Donald Trump said. There is no chance that the BRICS will replace the US dollar in international trade, and any country that tries should have to wave goodbye to America, the president-elect added. The BRICS alliance is a coalition of non-Western countries that convened for the first official BRICS summit in 2009, with Brazil, Russia, India, and China joining the informal group. South Africa joined a year later, cementing the BRICS name. At a 2023 summit, the group expanded for the first time in over a decade, inviting Egypt, Ethiopia, Iran, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates. You can see how it's not necessarily only countries that are against America, but it's certainly countries that are not willing to fully bow to America in the sense that, like, a lot of the West is. And when I say bow, I don't mean it in, like, the LARPy lefty sense. I mean it, like, in the most vague sense possible. Like, they don't play as well with America as a lot of the rest of the world does. At the same summit, the issue of de-dollarization, or reducing the influence of the US dollar in global trade, gained steam, though it's not a new idea for the group. Experts are skeptical that BRICS would succeed in creating its own currency for global trade, pointing to infighting between the member nations and major differences in the way the countries run their economies and financial institutions. Still, some members of BRICS are among the United States' largest trading partners, including India and China. According to the Office of the U.S. Trade Representative, the United States goods and services trade with China totaled an estimated $758.4 billion in 2022, and the goods and services trade between the U.S. and India totaled an estimated $191.8 billion in 2022. Representatives for the BRICS countries' embassies in the U.S. did not immediately respond to requests for comment. This is Trump's second time this week threatening to raise tariffs on outside nations. On Monday, this is literally for Trump the new wall, by the way. I wonder if Trump actually follows through on it, or if he only half follows through on it in the same way that he did with the wall. This really does feel like it's Trump's wall equivalent to 2024, is the tariffs. Like, extremely popular despite being overwhelmingly agreed upon to be a destructive and awful policy. But the American people are willing to follow a dream. It's the American dream, baby, is to go against what all of the nerds in the glasses and the lab coats are saying and to line our own pockets despite them telling us it's impossible. That's what America is all about. Fuck those nerds. Make money! On Monday, the president-elect wrote in a post on Truth Social that he planned to impose a 25% tariff on products imported from Mexico and Canada. He argued that the purpose of the tariff would be to curb the fentanyl crisis. In the same post, he threatened to slap a 10% tariff on China, writing,
I have had many talks with China about the massive amount of drugs, in particular fentanyl, being sent into the United States, but to no avail. Until such a time as they stop, we will be charging China an additional 10% tariff above any additional tariffs, and on all of their many products coming into the United States of America. The tariffs just got 10% higher.
On Friday, Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, as I'll pronounce it because it's funny to piss off Canadians, traveled to West Palm Beach to meet with Trump at his Mar-a-Lago resort. On Saturday, in a separate social media post, Trump called their conversation very productive. Trump added,
I made it very clear that the United States will no longer sit idly by as our citizens become victims to the scourge of this drug epidemic, caused mainly by the drug cartels and fentanyl pouring in from China. Too much death and hardship. Prime Minister Trudeau has made a commitment to work with us to end this terrible devastation of U.S. families.
In a letter sent to Trump Tuesday, Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum wrote that migration and drug consumption in the United States cannot be addressed through threats or tariffs. Quote, what is needed is cooperation and mutual understanding to tackle these significant challenges. For every tariff, there will be a response in kind, until we put at risk our shared enterprises, she added. Sheinbaum and Trump spoke over the phone on Wednesday, but the conversation spurred a he-said-she-said controversy over whether Sheinbaum had agreed to stop immigration from Mexico into the United States, something Trump alleged she did. How would she stop it? In her own recollection of the conversation, Sheinbaum wrote on, by the way, you'll notice that Trump talks about other countries as if their leaders are sending immigrants here, so that's kind of that showing its face here, quite blatantly. In her own recollection of the conversation, Scheinbaum wrote on X, or Twitter, as normal people call it, that I explained to him the comprehensive strategy that Mexico has followed to address the migration phenomenon, respecting human rights. We reiterate that Mexico's position is not to close borders, but instead build bridges between government and people. Yeah, that's the kind of thing that makes Americans call you a liberal. What kind of libtard shit is that? What the hell? Now, if any of you guys are, not really understanding what tariffs are, there's a really good video by Legal Eagle about it. The only problem with it is it's kind of long, so we're only going to watch, a bit of it where he goes over the basics of tariffs and, of course, the type of effect that this is going to have. Though keep in mind, this video was no doubt made, or granted, it's only 3 days old, but it was no doubt produced. Most of its script writing and editing and everything probably came before Trump started raising the percentages on these tariffs that he suggested. So all of the damage that Legal Eagle suggests could come about because of these tariffs, keep in mind, it's going to be worse because Trump has promised worse since this video.
But the word tariff is the most beautiful word in the dictionary. Remember that.
Wow, so if we tariff the exports from other countries, they'll just pay us money with no downsides? Why didn't we try this before? Because that's not how tariffs work. And we have tried this before, and it might have caused the Great Depression. Just after the election, people suddenly started to search for how tariffs work and who pays for tariffs. The answer...
You can literally track presidencies using the S&P 500. It's actually crazy. Going back and looking at decades worth of the rise and fall of the S&P 500 is really, it's really stark. Because you can see, obviously it tanks with every recession, but you can see, Republican recession, Republican recession, Republican recession, Republican recession. The really good chart for that is the S&P 500 index fund. Another good place you can go to is charts that track the continuous GDP growth year by year of the United States. You can see the recessions on those as well, and it's always towards the end or middle of a hyper-populist Republican presidency. It's crazy.
May surprise you, or it might be blindingly obvious. But can Trump install whatever tariffs he wants, and who pays for them? Chaos lawyer Liz Dye explains.
Thanks, Devin. Donald Trump has promised to slap 60% tariffs on all goods coming in from China and a 10% tariff on goods imported from all other countries. On the campaign trail, he even threatened to impose a whopping 100% tariff on auto imports from America's largest trading partner, Mexico. Before we talk about if he can legally do that or if it's a good idea, let's define our terms. The center-right tax foundation...
That was so good. Just the... It's not...
defines tariffs as taxes imposed by one country on goods imported from another country. Tariffs are effectively a tax on consumer goods paid by you and me and every other person who wants to buy stuff. So say that a Chinese manufacturer agrees to sell...
Not necessarily. Not necessarily. The tariff is a tax, but it's a tax on the shipment when it arrives in the country. And so what happens is a retailer, like Walmart or something, orders a massive shipment of something that was manufactured or made in China and is sold by a company in China, for instance, for just this example, right? And when it enters the country via the bulk order made by Walmart to one of its locations, or probably to one of its distribution centers, and then it would get sent out to locations more realistically. But when it gets sent to the big distro center, before it enters the country, Walmart, the company, the American company, has to pay whatever the tariff is, the tax, the percentage is how much of the cost they paid in taxes they have to pay, additionally, just to bring the shipment into the country. So now Walmart's had to pay, let's say, a 100% tax on their big shipment they brought into the country. They ship it out to their from their distro center to different stores, and now Walmart has lost out a ton of money in the process of getting things made and shipped to where they need to go, which means we're going to end up paying that in the end, not Walmart, because what that means is that Walmart isn't going to take that on the chin. They aren't going to take that loss. They are instead going to raise prices for us, the consumer, in order to make back the difference in what they had to pay in tariffs. So Walmart will not lose money. Walgreens won't lose money. None of the retailers that will be affected by these tariffs will lose money. None of the companies that have that do their manufacturing overseas will actually be as harmed. It's going to be the American people who take the L here because they're just going to raise the prices.
Nike a pair of shoes for $20. A 60% tariff means that the importer, that is Nike, pays $12 to the U.S. government when those sneakers are offloaded from a cargo ship docked in Long Beach, California. Trump insists that the
so it's when it enters the country.
Chinese manufacturer is the one who ultimately pays for that tariff, and that this will swell the U.S. government coffers with no impact on the American consumer whatsoever. But that's just wrong. The Chinese manufacturer is never going to eat the $12 tariff, and Nike doesn't want to reduce its net profit. So the end result is that the $12 tariff gets passed on to the American consumer at the point of sale, raising the wholesale price of that pair of sneakers by $12.
Yeah, if I can interject for a second, the problem is...
Yeah, people think that if we tariff China, then Chinese companies, or God forbid, some even think the Chinese government pays the tariff. Like we can tax other countries. That's just not a thing.
Actually worse. You think, okay, a 60% tariff, so the consumer just ends up paying $12 more. Not great, but not terrible.
You know what's the best way for companies to lose money? Don't spend your money with them. Look for alternatives. Well, RPG lovers, the problem is every company, for the most part, that has enough stock or enough. I shouldn't use the term stock in conversations like this because people think I'm talking about like company stock. They have enough inventory to sell to the entire buyer base, right? Like manufacturing in America is expensive. And there's a reason why the vast majority of American companies and retailers get their things manufactured or bought from other countries. It is far cheaper for the company, which also makes our prices cheaper, because if these companies aren't having to pay more to get the products on the shelves for us, we don't have to pay more for them on the shelves, because you know the companies are going to make us pay the difference. They always do. And there's no alternatives. There's no there's a full monopoly here. There's like 5 companies in America, like at the end of the day. There's like 5 big corporations that own almost everything. So there's no real alternatives to go to. The alternative was voting for Kamala Harris. That was the alternative.
But no, because sellers operate by gross margin. So if Nike imports a shoe for $20, they need to make a profit. But they aren't selling directly to the consumer. They need to sell the shoe to the retailer. And transport, advertising, and overhead is expensive. And doubling the manufacturing cost before selling it at wholesale would be totally normal. So let's say they sell it to Foot Locker for $40. But Foot Locker has to pay staff and operating costs in all their stores, which is expensive. So Foot Locker roughly doubles the wholesale cost of it again and ultimately sells the shoe to a consumer for $80. But that's in a tariffless world. A 60% tariff makes it $32 at import instead of $20, and $64 at wholesale, and then $128 at retail, assuming the same margins. So a $12 increase in tariffs on the cost of goods could easily result in a $48 increase in the final sales price that consumers pay.
Damn, it goes even higher than I thought. I guess that's if every single aspect of it is against you. Like if you're having a manufactured, sold from a Chinese company, then bought by a American retailer, then it's going to go through upwards of it's going to go through 3 tariffs as it exchanges hands. Good God. Well, I guess it would just be 2.
This is a simplification. In the real world, it would depend on the pricing power, and some of the costs would be shared between the parties. But you get the idea of how a small increase in cost of goods result in a much larger downstream cost to consumers. Plus, the domestic manufacturers don't just sit back while their foreign competitors raise their price. Why would they turn down free money when the consumer doesn't have any choice but to pay more?
Oh yeah, prices will rise globally.
Raise their price to match or just undercut the foreign competition. Oh, and the cherry on top is that our foreign trading partners don't just sit back and take it either. They issue retaliatory tariffs against American exports, making them less competitive abroad. So people buy fewer American goods. And none of those taxes nor the original tariffs actually go to American companies. I don't know why people think this is boring.
In 1930, the Republican-controlled House of Representatives, in an effort to alleviate the effects of the, anyone? The Great Depression, raised tariffs. Did it work? Anyone?
If tariffs just make everything more expensive, why would we even want them? Well, in the early days of the Republic, we funded the government with tariffs on imports along with excise taxes on sinful products like alcohol and tobacco, which worked out more or less okay for about 100 years, especially for wealthy industrialists.
Could the tariffs cause a global crisis? Yeah, easily. Like, if Americans start buying a lot of foreign goods, then there's a good chance that those foreign companies start raising their prices just to fuck over Americans and get more money out of us. Yeah, totally.
Or the so-called robber barons, who paid basically nothing to Uncle Sam. But in 1893, wheat prices crashed, and an overexpansion of silver mines and railroads led to an economic bubble that burst. And even though the Great Depression hadn't happened yet, the Panic of 1893 ushered in the greatest depression that the country had ever seen, with unemployment rocketing to almost 20%. Imports dried up overnight, and no one had any money for alcohol and tobacco, which meant that the government had to go find some other source of funding. And that's how we wound up with a federal income tax instead of a pure consumption tax. In 1913, Congress ratified the 16th Amendment, which states the Congress shall have power to lay and collect taxes on incomes from whatever source derived. The U.S. government finally had a stable funding mechanism that wasn't directly tethered to the extreme ups and downs of the economy. And it was more fair. Because if you think about it, you only need one toothbrush, and Bill Gates only needs one toothbrush. But if the tax on a toothbrush is, say, 12 cents, well, that's a lot bigger share of your paycheck than it is of Bill Gates's. But
yeah, I mean, our tax system could have easily ended up way worse, where it's just like rich people could just be a little more frugal and pay less taxes. There'd probably be way more loopholes too in that case, where like you could find ways to own things without technically owning them and not have to pay taxes on the consumption of that thing. Yeah, our tax system in America is bad. It's not the best, but it's still pretty good. Could have been way worse.
Trump believes
we actually tax our billionaires and our millionaires a decent amount. We've got a lot of money that's like harvested from the American people. It's just not necessarily all that efficiently like spent, you know? Like the US government backs private healthcare quite like severely, and if we reallocated that tax money instead towards backing Medicare for all or something, I mean, we'd be saving a lot of money. People would pay less for Medicare for all than they would for like out-of-pocket health insurance or out-of-pocket costs for getting anything taken care of or for insurance. So like the American people are just very short-sighted. They don't have we don't have a very good ability of it really feels like you have to promise something so insane like Trump for the American people to believe in a positive change. Something good but also tenable seems impossible to Americans. But the more impossible it is, the more possible it seems to Americans. I don't get why people didn't buy like Bernie's narrative, but they bought Trump's, for instance. Like both should presumably seem as insane as the other to the American people, but they bought the idea that tariffing other countries is going to line every American's pockets and make gas cheaper or whatever.
In cutting taxes on corporations and wealthy individuals, essentially returning us to the pre-16th Amendment days. In fact, the massive tax cut he rammed through during his first term is about to expire. Spoiler alert, it did not increase government revenues as promised.
This is a big reason why billionaires are highly backing Trump this time around, by the way, or why they back Trump so hard, is that Trump's big billionaire tax cut he passed in his last term was about to expire, and they needed him back in office to reinstate it and keep their taxes low for another 8 years.
And now he wants to make those tax cuts permanent. So Trump has to find another source to make up for all the cash that will not be coming into the government coffers if he keeps cutting taxes for rich people. And that's yet another reason he's so invested in telling the lie that other countries pay import tariffs. In fact, it's a lie he's stretched to fit every occasion. Here he is in September explaining to the Economic Club of New York that the solution for skyrocketing childcare costs is, say it with us now, more tariffs. And you know what? We're going to let you listen to that entire 2-minute answer without any edits.
If you win in November, can you commit to prioritizing legislation to make childcare affordable? And if so, what specific piece of legislation will you advance?
Well, I would do that, and we're sitting down,
7 times bankrupt smart businessman. Oh, Robert House, they've got a pre-canned response for that. They'll be like, oh, but it's not the same as filing for personal bankruptcy. Filing for bankruptcy on a business that's not doing well is actually very smart business. It's very smart. He actually ends up getting a payout for that. It's like, okay, but if he has if he's had 7 failing businesses he's had to file for bankruptcy on, doesn't that imply he's not that good of a businessman? So that is the response to their inevitable canned response when you bring up that he's 7 times bankrupt.
I was somebody, we had Senator Marco Rubio, and my daughter Ivanka was so impactful on that issue. It's a very important issue. But I think when you talk about the kind of numbers that I'm talking about, that because look, childcare is childcare. There's something, you have to have it. In this country, you have to have it. But when you talk about those numbers compared to the kind of numbers that I'm talking about by taxing foreign nations at levels that they're not used to, but they'll get used to it very quickly. And it's not going to stop them from doing business with us, but they'll have a very substantial tax when they send product into our country. Those numbers are so much bigger than any numbers that we're talking about, including childcare, that it's going to take care. We're going to have, I look forward to having no deficits within a fairly short period of time.
It's insane how long this guy talks without saying a fucking word of substance, I think that's really what the American people want to hear. Fucking nothing. Just a lot of words that mean goddamn jack shit. It's actually infuriating to listen to him talk, because you can tell he's just yapping.
coupled with the reductions that I told you about on waste and fraud and all of the other things that are going on in our country, because I have to stay with childcare. I want to stay with childcare, but those numbers are small relative to the kind of economic numbers that I'm talking about, including growth, but growth also headed up by what the plan is that I just told you about. We're going to be taking in trillions of dollars, and as much as childcare is talked about as being expensive.
Hold on, no, it's trillions of dollars. That's how he says it. Trillions of dollars.
It's, relatively speaking, not very expensive compared to the kind of numbers we'll be taking in. We're going to make this into an incredible country that can afford to take care of its people, and then we'll worry about the rest of the world. Let's help other people. But we're going to take care of our country first. This is about America first. It's about make America great again. We have to do it because right now we're a failing nation. So we'll take care of it. Thank you.
No, sorry to interrupt, but if you're going to upend the entire economy, you'll probably want a good lawyer. But if you need a great...
Okay, I love you, Legal Eagle. I love you, Legal Eagle, but we saw what we needed to see. We got the tariff breakdown. He'll be 82 years old by 2028. Woo! Boomer president. He's going to be older than Biden at the end of his next term, right? How old is Biden? Oh no, he's going to be as old as Biden. Oh man, I can't wait to see 82-year-old Trump. That's going to be crazy. Guys, we're going to get to watch Trump go through his, like, sundowning phase over the next 4 years. Isn't that crazy? Like, I don't know how many of you guys know this, but I'm pretty sure there is a tie between Alzheimer's and other degenerative brain diseases and diabetes. And so I wonder if his god-awful McDonald's diet is going to make his brain degenerate faster. Dude, I can't wait to see... Dude, Trump's going to sundown on the White House lawn. He's going to be out there, like, just dick out, cheeks, like, glistening in the, like, sunset, like, gleam. And he's not going to have any idea where he is or what he's doing. There's just going to be a naked Trump running in circles in the White House lawn. And the Secret Service is going to be like, Mr. Trump, this is not... I don't think this is 4D chess this time, Mr. Trump. Are you okay, sir? He's going to be like...
They're coming to draft me. They're coming to draft me. I've got bone spurs. You've got to tell them I've got bone spurs. They can't send... I don't want to go to war.
He's going to think he's back to being like 20. I love this scenario I've made up in my head here. I think it's quite funny. Listen, all I'm saying is if Trump is going to be 82... by the end of his presidency. I mean, we see where Biden is right now, and I feel like Trump's brain is not going to survive into his late life as long as Biden's did, you know? Hold on, let me check something. Fred Trump. What killed this fucker and when? Ah, damn, he died at 93 years old in 1999? Wait a second. Fred Trump died... June 25th, 1999. I was born July 27th, 1999. Close enough. Welcome back, Fred Trump. Fuck, Trump could live to his 90s. Damn, what killed him? What killed him? We gotta know what killed him. We have to know. What's gonna take out Alzheimer's? No way did Alzheimer's get him. Wait. Hold on, please. Wealth and death. Alzheimer's! Wait. Guys. I don't think you understand. There's very few funnier ways for Trump to go than Alzheimer's. And he eats so much McDonald's. I swear, there's like an actual tie between like unhealthy diet and Alzheimer's, right? He might be fucked. He might actually get it like now. He might be in it now. Ho ho ho. Well, listen, there's always a silver lining, isn't there? Yeah, his brain is already short-circuiting. He was talking about the Revolutionary War soldiers storming the airports, remember? He might already be in it. It might already be starting. Have you heard the man talk recently? Of course he already has it, Zan. Yeah, I think he might. Like, he might actually be literally more brain melted than Biden but Biden stutters and just kind of has that like mush mouth, and so people hear that and they're like, oh, his brain is melting. But Trump might be what an actual brain melting senior citizen looks like. Has it begun, guys? How long does Alzheimer's take? When is he gonna die? Well, his dad died at 92. Roughly 10 years after the age he'll be when he leaves office, in 4 years if he does leave office. But remember, Trump's not a healthy guy. I feel like Fred Trump was in good shape. I feel like he was on top of his health, you know? I feel like bro could be cooked. Donald Trump literally could die at any moment, though, which leaves us with Vance. Oh, yeah, we would be stuck with Vance, huh? I mean, Vance is just kind of a, like, he's just kind of, like, cucked out to Trump. I don't think he'd know what to do if he got the presidency. I don't know if he'd know, like, how to continue being as bad as Trump was, if that makes sense. I don't think it would be worse. I think it would be slightly better. Vance wouldn't be able to coalesce people around him in the same way Trump does. If Trump dies, I don't know if there's going to be a MAGA movement anymore. They need someone else, and I don't know if anyone can repeat what Trump did. Maybe they can. Maybe someone new can come along and do another Trump, but, man, like, Trump, I feel, was the face of, like, the worst of what can come out of this stuff, you know? Ride the Rails, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Like I say to all people who have donated, thank you so much. And of course, have a great time with that blue name of yours. I hope you enjoy it. Thank you for the tier 1. But yeah, with all that said, if you guys enjoyed this segment, please consider leaving a like if you haven't already, especially if you're watching live. Every single thumbs up that you guys leave on my live streams forces YouTube to push my content and the algorithm to more people. And, you know, it also helps the streams do better. And, of course, it's like casting a blue ballot for my content to be pushed to more people by YouTube, just on a general basis. So make sure you're hitting that like button on all my stuff if you want to support me. Same goes for commenting. Likes and comments are massive on all my new videos. It really does help. It's the best way to help a video go viral. And of course, if you want to see more from me on other platforms, you can subscribe, ring the bell icon, and follow my social medias, linked down below in the description, including following me on Blue Sky, where I've gotten a lot more active lately since it's like the new Twitter now, and my fan Discord, where at least once a week I host a gaming event, a call-in stream, or a watch party in the Xander's Theater section of my Discord. It is open to everybody who's a member of the Discord to join, and it's a great time, just sitting down, watching a show or a movie with your favorite streamer. Consider joining the Discord. It's great. It's awesome. One of your better shows, thanks. Well, that wasn't the end of the stream, Robert House. That's just the end of the first segment. But yeah, if you enjoyed it, then leave a like. And finally, if you want to support me directly, financially, and you can afford it and you feel like it, then consider donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or supporting me financially through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, Patreon, or buying merch at the Streamlabs link down below if you feel like getting some Xan merch. Regardless of how you support the stream, though, even if you've just been watching and lurking, I really appreciate it, and I hope to see you again. Hell yeah. How do you guys like that segment? I feel like it came out really good. $11 out of 10 segment? True. Love you, Zan. Haven't seen a stream of yours since July. Well, welcome back, MLVN. I hope you enjoy your time here. Fulcrum, Easy O, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Hot damn, thank you. How many months is that, by the way? I don't want to undercredit you. Thank you, Fulcrum. I appreciate that a ton. I assume that's a 1-monther for now. Says Cowabunga, it is. Cowabunga indeed. Thank you. I hope you appreciate that purple name. It's going to be a good time. Welcome to the Purple Name Club, Fulcrum. And then Andrew Zagola, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says you should do a dono goal where you dress as the Joker, but do blue hair instead of green for the Woker. Why so curious, Chudman? Yeah, that would actually go hard. If I put on, like, a blue Joker wig, like, and then just went full Joker makeup, and I was the Woker for a stream. Why so curious? I'm the Woker, baby. I'm the woker baby? I'm the woker baby. Halloween 2025, you should do it? True. True, I should.
Why so bi-curious?
God. My throat is still a little itchy from when I was sick, but I'm mostly good now. I'm mostly all here. I appreciate the support, you guys. Y'all have been so nice. Oh, it was a 3-monther, Fulcrum. Oh, goddamn. I actually undercredited you. Thank you so much for the immense generosity. How much is that? It's 24. I only counted that as 10. Oh my gosh, I feel so mean now. I'm the worst streamer. I don't deserve you guys. I'm so sorry. Alright. Let me update my dono goal here. There we go. Now it reflects the true amount. Zan, the flannel has got me acting up, man. You look really good in that flannel. Thank you, I appreciate it. This is my favorite flannel, the black and gray one, or the black, gray, and like really dark red that you can barely see. This is my favorite flannel. I've always thought I look best in it. I love it. I think it looks great. I love this flannel. Looks solid. Hell yeah. Alright, very quickly, chat. I'm going to take a quick AFK for a moment to go use the restroom and grab my chocolate mass gainer shake from the refrigerator because I made it before stream and I'm getting a little hungry and thirsty and I feel that I could use a little pick-me-up with my mass gainer shake. So I will be right back, guys. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. And oh boy, do I have some good topics for you guys after this. I've got some good stuff, so stick around. Stay tuned. I'll BRB. What? Xander Hall is back? I am. I've returned to you all. At the turn of the tide. Have you ever played Borderlands? It's a pretty good game. I have not, but I've got some pretty big Borderlands fan friends who I want to play it with one day, because they really like it. You should unbutton that flannel a little bit more so we can see more of your chest. Oh my god, that would be such a good dono goal. Every $100 I unbutton one button. We start with this one up though. We start with this one up. And every $100 I unbutton one button. Xander Hall booby streamer, literally. Somehow I always knew this was gonna end up with me selling my body online. I just didn't think it would come so soon. Now y'all have been begging me to make an OnlyFans for a long time. Begging me. Zan doing the thirst trap? Exactly. Not clickbait? That's right, chat. Every $100 you donate, I unbutton one button. With a limit of 2 buttons, because I'm not unbuttoning this one and actually taking... I'm not actually doing that bit, but I will unbutton 1 button and just show a little chest hair. You know, just let you guys get a little tease, you know? Gotta keep them guessing. The mystery. You gotta keep it alive. I can imagine Zan secretly having Giga Chad abs or some shit as some fan art. No, I don't have Giga Chad abs, but I will say, I have like 0 body fat. So just basically imagine the most like lean, twinky body you can imagine, and that's how I look. So I've got no body fat, so I'm very lean. I've got like a lot of tone, and that's what's going for me. You're a skeleton? Nah, I just got a lot of tone. I'm very much a twink. I think most people would say, "Oh yeah, you have not experienced twink death yet, my friend." You most likely have about 15% body fat? That sounds about right. That's usually where I stay, 15 to like 20%. It's really hard for me to get more body fat than that. My body just doesn't hold fat. It doesn't do it. Speaking of which, this is nearly 2,500, or no, this is 1,200 calories. And then I've got my 400 calorie pasta I had for breakfast. And if I have another for dinner, that gets me up to about 3,000 calories. This is 1,250. So, yeah, I get to roughly 3,000 calories almost every day. I try to get it in every day, but almost every day I get in 3,000 calories, and boy, has it been helping. I'm getting a lot less twinky and a lot more... All right, when I look in the mirror. So it's working. I can tell that those calories are getting in me. How's the gym going, Zan? I don't go to the gym. I work out literally right there behind me. I've got 3 kettlebells right there up against the wall for whenever I want to lift weights. But besides that, I do push-ups and sit-ups until I can't anymore. And then when my body hurts from doing push-ups and sit-ups and squats, and I also do skull crushers with the kettlebells. Just literally anything I can do with the kettlebells or in my own home with calisthenics. I do all that until my body just gives out on me and I'm all sore. And then I relax for 2 days, and then I do it again. And I get my calories in, and eventually, I'll be looking pretty damn good, I'm pretty sure. That's called a home gym, bud? 3 kettlebells is kind of a home gym, I guess. Not quite at 100 push-ups, but I can do 100 squats. My ass has always been toned. I've always been complimented on my very nice man ass by women. We're doing 60 laps on Monday? Ho-ho! Oh yeah, I forgot, JBZ. You're a swim coach, right? Yo, Zan, make it clap for stream! Hey, yo, Zan, make that shit clap! Frump, thank you for the tier 2 sub. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. I hope you appreciate and love that blue name. I hope it's a good time for you. Says, had to leave while I found a new job and couldn't afford anything. Sad face. But I just got hired, so I'm back. Thanks for the good vibes while everyone else is doomering. Absolutely no fucking problem. I love having all the good vibes. I am a good vibe machine. Thank you so much for the tier 2 sub, and no problems for not being able to donate. You don't have to, but I really appreciate it when you guys do. Thank you. Wait, Susanna's thick? I just got a toned ass, okay? I got those squatters glutes, all right? Alrighty. Thank you, Frump. I appreciate that. How many months is that? I don't want to undercredit you. I thought you were a stick. Nah. Nah, I got the booty. Just one, lol? Alright, all good, all good. I just don't want to undercredit you. I've accidentally undercredited some people who've done multi-month subs before, and it always feels really bad because it, you know... the majority of their dono didn't get counted into the dono goal. And then, like, the dono goal doesn't get hit, even if it did get hit sometimes. And that just feels bad. Thank you, though, Frump. I really appreciate it. I love men who naturally have a massive dump truck. I don't have a massive dump truck, but I got a nice toned, like, noticeable dump truck. Ah! Okay. Alright. Wear leggings and do some jumping jacks for us, Smile. Alright, I need chat to stop horny posting about me now. I would appreciate that. All right. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Well, guys, the anti-woke crowd lost another one, it seems. Another big YouTuber has made a why I stopped being anti-woke video. You know, it feels like being a bit of a trendsetter if you count the fact that, like, my how I left the right video is technically one of the first viral how I left the right videos. Like, I think it was like the second or third one to ever, like, get big. And I was, like, at the time, with it being, like, the second one that got big, people called it, like, alright, enough of this, alright, who cares if someone left the right? But now we're seeing YouTubers left and right make videos about how they stopped being anti-woke, which really goes to show that the same phenomenon is happening. People are leaving the right-wing propaganda sphere, but there's a new terminology for it now. It's a different path. I've been recommended this video specifically a lot. This is a video by a YouTuber, you guys are right, Dark Matter 2525 in chat. I've never watched any of his videos before, but I have seen them in my recommended a lot, and they seem good. I've just never, like, clicked on them myself, but apparently he used to be a right-wing anti-woke YouTuber. Or, like, I don't know how long ago he was that, but apparently more recently, or at some point, you know, in relative recent times, that stopped being the case. He hasn't been anti-woke for a while? Well, regardless, the video is doing really well, and people have been recommending I check it out, and I'd just be curious to see what his journey was like. We might not be able to watch the whole thing, obviously, it's quite long, but let's see what bits of it are interesting. Let's watch. Dark Matter
Is being woke good or bad?
Holy
well,
shit.
it depends
Viking.
greatly on what you mean by woke. Now, I've scoured the internet for a consistent definition of woke, and what I found was that perception of what the term stands for is very clearly demarcated along political affiliation. Left-leaning people tend toward an approximation of the first definition in Webster's dictionary, which is, quote, aware of and actively attentive to important societal facts and issues, especially issues of race.
I'd actually argue, and I'm at fault for this. The video's loud? Okay, my bad. I would argue, and I'm at fault for this in a way, because I've contributed to this. Even the left doesn't use woke in a consistent sense. I've used terms like woke scold to refer to, well, woke scolds, as most of you guys would already know them. I've used the term woke to refer to things being good or left-leaning, or a show having, like, relatively good left-leaning ideas or imagery, if that's, like, the point of it, or that's, like, a plus for it. And I've used woke in a derisive term when referring to, like, the over-the-top stuff that I think even most people on the left agree is, like, rainbow capitalism or disingenuous or a little, like, cringe or whatever. So even the left is played into the turning woke into a term that means nothing and is just a replacement word for something makes me feel uncomfortable. That's how the right uses it, but the left has kind of used the word itself so broadly as well that I don't know if we have grounds to argue that there is one single definition. The fact is the word woke has just been turned into a filler word for when someone doesn't have an argument or a specified insult to describe something that makes them feel uncomfortable.
Racial and social justice, unquote. While right-leaning people tend toward the second definition, quote, politically liberal or progressive, as in matters of racial and social justice.
That's the thing, though. While many far-right people use the term that way, a lot of normies and relatively right-wing people use it to refer to what they would call regressive leftism, or regressive progressive ideology, the kind of stuff that Dave Rubin made his money off of supposedly criticizing. The idea that the left was actually horseshoeing around into being the far right, not like at the end of where Hassan's at, but like at where Bernie Sanders is. And so they will essentially argue that wokeness is actually a form of progressive politics that has been perverted into a bigotry, whether it be a bigotry of low expectations for marginalized groups or a bigotry against groups that are perceived to be privileged, like white people or men or straight people.
Especially in a way that is considered unreasonable or extreme, unquote. Now, it originally meant the first definition, but throughout recent political discourse, the term was co-opted and turned into the second definition in order to disparage. Throughout most of my search, I found that people using it to
Something I've noticed is that black people invent all of our popular terminology and all of our popular slang and meme words and like new words that become popular, and then white people start using it incorrectly, and then it starts to mean nothing and be seen as obnoxious, right? Like, it's really weird how like white people are not creating, like, let's really think about it for a second, like on a broad level, verbally, when it comes to words and the way that people speak nowadays, white people are not doing much to contribute to language, but holy fuck, is so much like black culture stuff not stolen, but like used and in kind of like an incorrect way. Like obviously, God, what's a good example? Crash out. Crash out is a term that like white people just started using recently, right? And you've probably heard it misused 100 different ways. Like, it's woke is one of those words. Woke comes from like black political activism spaces in reference to being awake in regards to the state of America and the situation that is faced by people of color in this country, or just in the Western world in general. And so woke ended up eventually being kind of appropriated by most likely white, well-off college students to mean just being progressive or whatever. Probably around 2016, and probably mostly because of BuzzFeed popularizing the term. And then nowadays it's a boogie phrase, like not a boogeyman, but a boogie phrase.
Disparage varied greatly in how they tried to define it. They weren't very consistent. Some had difficulty defining it at all.
Would you mind defining woke? Because it's come up a couple times, and I just want to make sure we're on the same page.
So, I mean,
this
woke
lady is
sort of the idea
but so is
that
she. Probably. Dude, when Brianna Joy Gray can ask you a basic question like that and make you go, you know that you got nothing to fucking say, dude. Holy shit. I hate Rising, but that was a rare W. That was a rare W.
Some defined it as assigning viewpoints to entire groups.
It's a basis for madness. When people say the gay community, who are you talking about? It's like, women think this. Oh, really? 50% of the species all agree on something. Blacks say this. Really?
And some defined it as the perfect opposite, being restricted.
The sad thing is there is actually a point of truth in what he just said there. Obviously, he seems to be like a right-wing pundit, but he is right there. Like, obviously, 51%, I believe, is actually the population breakdown of women to men. 51% of the human population obviously doesn't agree on everything, not even close. And that's why I do think a lot of us predicted how many women would come out to vote against Trump under the assumption that like the majority even of women overwhelmingly agree on supporting what is in their best interest. But the fact is, misogyny wouldn't be around today. The patriarchy would not be around today if there weren't countless women out there fighting to keep it enforced.
From assigning viewpoints to entire groups.
People always ask, what is the definition of woke? Well, the definition of woke, as I mentioned in the book, is the making sacred of historically marginalized race, gender, and sexual identity groups. That's it.
Now that last...
That's an interesting definition, and I guess that would maybe apply to most situations in which the term is used, but in that case, how is it woke for a corporation to make a donation to, like, the Democratic Party? Because people call that woke. People call corporations all the time woke or communist. It's like, it's very clear that the right abandon any desire to care or desire. It goes back to what I brought up before about how, like, a lot of young teenage white people just turn, like, slang or, like, meme terms that we all use now that were originally, like, popularized or invented in the black community, and they misuse it enough that it stops really meaning the same thing, and there's a lot of ambiguity about what it even means or what it's supposed to, like, that is the same thing the right does constantly with every word in relation to any important political issue. They overuse it, they misuse it, and they turn it into something that is so disconnected from its original use in the cases in which it was being used that it doesn't even mean anything anymore. It's become something completely new. The term based used to be that too. Yeah, I guess based might have been. Was based one of those words too? I think you're right. I swear I heard based mostly in the workout space first. I swear I heard based generally used in like the workout community. As based used to mean high on crack. Oh, as in freebasing crack. Really? Huh. Interesting.
Clip is very interesting to me because he admits something I don't think he intended to admit.
Oh.
And the word sacred is what led him into his own trap. He talks about historically marginalized groups such as gender, race, and sexual orientation as being sacred. In other words, unassailable, unable to blaspheme against. But here's my question. What legitimate criticism or negative statement can be levied at an entire race or an entire gender or an entire sexual orientation? Now, if someone said, quote, the problem with black people is ABC, or the problem with women is XYZ, wouldn't we immediately recognize that as racist or sexist because you're shoehorning everyone of those groups into a box of problems based on their immutable characteristics? How do you correct immutable characteristics? Genocide? Eugenics? What? So, yes, we have decided as a society to not discriminate based on certain demographics like race, gender, and sexual orientation. Isn't that a good thing? Calling that sacred does not excuse bigotry, does it?
The funny thing about this is, at least if we're talking about America, the laws that protect classes are all encompassing. So you know how you're not allowed to say, we are not providing you service because of your race? In America, it's not as simple as you are not allowed to say no black people or no brown people are allowed in your restaurant. You're also not allowed to say no white people allowed in your restaurant. That's not allowed. It's not about there being protected classes. The laws that prevent discrimination in that way, outside of like criminal application, in which case you might have like a thing like a hate crime taken into account, it's actually just completely broadly applied. Americans are not allowed to run a public business and discriminate, providing their, like, at least openly discriminate when providing service based on immutable characteristics, regardless of which group you're in. You can be a straight, white, cis male, and if someone says you're not allowed to eat at this restaurant because of your identity, you can have them sued, and you will win, and you will be in the right legally. Because the fact is, the laws that these people point to as being some way that minorities are going to, like, overpower white people or whatever the fuck they are claiming is going to happen because of wokeness, these same laws and ideas protect their identity as well. And so it just goes to show how little genuine concern they have for these issues. Like, yeah, obviously if there was a if there were only laws in America that protect you from discrimination if you're part of these marginalized groups, then that would probably, on paper, look a little bad, even if in practicality it would probably make some sense. But that's not even the situation. They're lying about that being the situation. That's not even how the law here works. And I only care about America. You can talk about other countries, but they don't matter. America is all that matters. So, get out of here with that.
And calling that woke doesn't make woke a bad thing, does it? Years ago, people would have described me as anti-woke because I openly expressed dislike of what some people would associate with wokeness today. But my dislike was rooted in a fundamental misunderstanding. It took me too long to realize.
Not always. I do think that if he was like an anti, like SJW type back in 2016 or to 2018, around that time, while the vast majority of the time there was a lot of misunderstanding that led to the derision with which a lot of people had with prominent lefty figures, even more of it, or not even more, a good amount of it was also just insane. You got to keep in mind that, the left is a large tent. There are a lot of people who identify as left-leaning, and some of those people are naturally, inevitably going to end up being crazies. Good politics do not necessitate that person being good as a person, and so there were always going to be hyper analyzed videos of bad people who happen to be left-leaning and expressing their left-leaning ideas, and those videos were always going to be something that made people go, oh, I don't like that, regardless of what side they were on. I think it's important to recognize, there are some bad actors in the left. Of course there are. That's inevitable. So, it's not necessarily that, they were in the right and we just didn't understand at the time. Some of them were just behaving badly and making the left look bad optically. Especially back in 2016, there was no shortage of that.
This, but my dislike was not for a specific group of people, which is the same mistake that right-leaning people are making now. My dislike was for a specific set of traits that anybody of any group could possess. It's just that sometimes people are willing to overlook these traits if they're held by people of their own group. Typical tribalism. These are the traits.
Especially in the right.
Obsessive, easily offended, hypocritical, and lacking self-awareness. Now, these are often a package deal. I associated those traits with certain groups, rather than the more accurate approach of attributing them to the individuals who exhibited those traits. The truth is that someone who is woke might not have any of those traits, while someone who is intensely anti-woke could have every single one of them. But the right-wing media sphere is a juggernaut that searches for, outright invents, or focuses upon the most extreme, legit or not, and then elevates that, puts a spotlight on it as the norm. So people end up with a lopsided view of reality. And if you don't agree with them...
Hey, Dark Matter 2525, can I just say, if you ever watch this video, please comment your diet. Your average daily diet, please. I'm a hard gainer, and I want to get fucking big. B-E-E-G, big. I'm drinking 1,250 calories right now. How do I get more into me? Please tell me the secret. Do I need to, saline drip this shit into my bloodstream to get more calories in? What do I do? My stomach won't take any more. I need more calories, guys. I gotta get big.
Then you are called a cuck, a simp, a beta, soy boy, and any one of a million other emasculating terms that works very well on insecure young men. They are experts at controlling the narrative. Now, when I was a kid, about once a month or so, I'd visit a relative of mine who was a pretty staunch feminist. And I remember one time when my brother and I were driving in the car with her, and somebody driving in front of us made her very frustrated. And eventually they turned without using a turn signal, and I never forgot what she said in response to that. She said, quote, "Men don't know how to use turn signals." That was very peculiar to me, even as a child. I remember that you couldn't even see the car's driver, couldn't even tell if they were a man or a woman. She just assumed. And she was making a disparaging statement about something I was going to become one day, a man. And that fact did not escape my young mind. She frequently made disparaging statements about men in general. It made me wonder if one day she was going to hate me too. I wondered if it was only my existence as a child that made me acceptable to her.
By the way, guys, this is... I don't know how many cis women in particular I have watching right now. I honestly don't get mad or blame women when they say, like, fuck men, I hate men, men are trash, or any of that kind of stuff. Especially because I'm friends with a lot of gay dudes and a lot of bi dudes. And you want to know what they're always saying? I hate men, and men are trash. They're always saying this. Unanimously. Everyone I've known. Every gay, every bisexual I've known hates men too. Just like women do. And it goes to show that, like, yeah, men kind of suck. Let's be real, men kind of suck. Like, broadly, on average, not as a whole, and hashtag not all, of course, but men kind of suck. And even dudes will be driven to saying men kind of suck, or even just outright do suck, if they themselves date dudes. And that means I'm not trying to take that from you, okay? I don't want to take that from you, but I will say, this story from him hits close to home. I can tell you that as a young man, hearing women in my life, especially those that, like, were older that I looked up to, shit-talking men, definitely felt like catching strays. Like, even when you're a little boy, when you hear, like, older women talking about how men are trash, men are... it feels like you're catching strays, because that is something you are going to become one day, presumably, and you feel like you're being attacked, and you're a child, right? You haven't done anything. You're not going to become that, and it's... I know that a lot of young men... you'll notice that, like, every incel, by the way, like, every incel on the entire internet, when you ask them, why are you an incel? How did you get here? Where does the story always start? Like, even if they're 40-something years old, where does the story always begin with them? Every time, without fail. Where do they start the story in their lives? Not necessarily their mom, but usually in school. Usually around the time they're a kid. Like in middle school or even elementary school. It's where a lot of the incel stories start. When they start like, yeah, this is where I consider the beginning of the journey, right? Every incel tells their story like that. Like, overwhelmingly, across the board. That is, like, it does, you know, I think it's important to keep in mind that, like, the way you shit-talk men in front of young boys shapes the way those young boys think of women, because they feel like they're being attacked despite being a child, and who other than bitchy, evil women, like all these awful Andrew Tate types always say, would say such a thing about a young boy. And so that's how a lot of these young boys are getting attracted to, like, the Andrew Tate stuff. They feel under attack by feminism. They feel under attack when they hear, like, an older woman say, like, men are trash, because they're like, I'm gonna be that one day. I'm growing up in a world where women hate us. You know, that's the mindset some of these young guys have. And the sad thing is, I don't know if either side of the situation is in the wrong. Like, that's what's so frustrating about the entire, like, quote-unquote gender wars dynamic that has been kind of blowing up since the red pill thing, is that neither side is 100% right or wrong, you know? Like, the incels, they have, like, a little bit of a point, the tiniest shred of a point, in the idea of isolation and our society degrading, making it harder to make friends and form relationships, but a lot of them turned it into hate and rage and disgust towards women, right? And of course, women certainly have a point when they say men are trash. I mean, hell, you've got men out there saying men are trash after they have the same kinds of interactions. It's very clear that there's actually a point there. You know, you can be driven to that position without even being a man. So it's rough because women aren't wrong to say men are trash as a venting of frustration. And young boys and even just good men are not wrong to feel attacked when someone makes a broad statement. But I don't think anybody is justified to take that to the point where they start... It's rough because that inevitably builds resentment on both sides towards each other, like men between women and women between men. but both reactions are natural and I would argue on their own healthy and good. But man, the inevitable reaction is just the bitterness and the tension, right? And that tension keeps growing, and that's why this whole incel movement keeps getting bigger.
I didn't know. And what rubbed me the wrong way, which I could not quite express back then, was that she had those traits I disliked. She was obsessive, easily offended, hypocritical, and lacked self-awareness. Now, as a result, she did things that she did not like when men did them. Misogynistic men made assumptions about her because she was a woman, and so she did the same back to them. She became what she hated, and something I've constantly warned you against throughout the life of my channel. Hate nobody, or those you hate will shape you into what you will be. It made me feel toward her the same way I already felt toward religious people.
But little girls don't have that same reaction when they hear the males in their families say disparaging things about women, question mark? Michelle Hell, do you want to know what you just did? I should just be able to search Waffles tweet and be able to instantly find it. Yep, here we go. You did this. I need you to know, you just did this. Twitter, the only place where well-articulated sentences will get misinterpreted. You say, I like pancakes, and somebody will say, so you hate waffles? No, bitch, that's a whole new sentence. What the fuck are you talking about? That is my response to you, Michelle Hell. I never said that young girls did not have the same experience.
At an early age, religious people aggravated me because they made assumptions about me based on the simple fact that I did not believe what they believed. They ascribed to me all sorts of ulterior motives, things that never even entered my thought process. Like I just wanted to sin, or that I hated God, or that I was rebelling, or that I just wanted to live by my own rules, or that I hated them, etc. And the list was endless, but none of that was true. And they were so easily offended. My mere existence as a non-believer offended them. How dare I disbelieve what they believed? I was 8 years old the first time I told someone that I did not believe God existed. And this was before I even knew the word atheist. And the reason I remember it so well is because of the reaction I received. It was a classmate. We were both in the second grade at the time.
That's funny as hell. I probably had a very similar story to what he's about to tell. So I'll tell mine right now. I was not raised religious, and so I just never believed in God. But I didn't, like, defiantly disbelieve in God. I didn't have a reason to, right? I wasn't raised religious. I wasn't rebelling or trying to, like, argue against it. It was just not a thing I really thought or cared about. But I always liked, I would watch, like, Supernatural and stuff, so I knew a lot about religion. There was always references in media I'd watch, and so, I understood and liked media that derived from, like, religious concepts. I always found it interesting and cool. And so I'd have conversations about it. But there were some kids that would get offended about it when I was younger. Like, when you're in middle school and high school, no one gets, like, offended that you're not religious anymore. But, like, in elementary school, kids are just carbon copies of their parents and will get morally upset at you and, like, super enraged at you for not being religious. And so I bet he had a similar situation to what I've had happen. That shit's real when you're younger. And those, like, social sort of ideas are not built up yet.
His name was David. And I even remember his last name too, but I won't say it. It begins with a V. So David V mentioned something about God. And I told him that God is just another fairy tale, just like all the other fairy tales that the adults tell us. That's truly how I saw it at the time. And he told me that I'm going to burn in hell. And what struck me was that he looked happy about it. He was grinning when he said it. And I think that helped instill in me the idea that not every...
That kid hadn't been taught yet that you're supposed to pretend like you're afraid for them, and not that when you tell them they're going to burn in hell, you're gleeful about it. Remember, kids are pieces of shit. You got to remember, kids are awful people. Genuinely awful people. Like, they have not developed the ability to be good people yet. Like, it's not their fault. They're kids. But kids are little psychopaths and are really mean to each other. And that's a big part of, once again, reminder, where do most incel stories start? In elementary to middle school, when everyone is just a little shit to each other. They had their expectations of the world set by childhood shitheads, and then they never stopped seeing the world that way as they grew into adults, and they never escaped their mindset because they couldn't. They locked themselves into it when they were in like high school, and now they'll always see the world like they did in high school. They'll always see the dichotomy between men and women like they did in high school. They'll never grow out of it.
Everything that is claimed to be good really truthfully is good. That was one of the lessons that taught me about the inconsistencies of life. Here we had someone who was a Christian, who we were supposed to think of as good people, yet he was reveling in the idea of someone else's pain and suffering, my pain and suffering. And it wasn't like I was ever mean to him. He had no reason to hate me, yet he still seemed to like the idea of my torture. And that stuck with me. After that, it aggravated me when people used religion as a shortcut to tell if someone was a good person, or that their lack of religion was a way to tell that they're a bad person. I remember someone telling me that they knew my brother was a good person because they saw the Christian bumper sticker on his car. I couldn't put my finger on it yet, but there was a certain commonality among the people that aggravated me. I did not yet know that this type of person was not limited to any one ideology. They could really be anybody. It wasn't a trait inherent to feminism or religion, and I didn't really truly figure it out until around 2016, much later in life. That was when I started to truly understand that it was these traits that I disliked. Obsessive, easily offended, hypocritical, and lacking self-awareness. And that was the real problem I had with my feminist relative and many of the religious people I argued with over the years. It wasn't their feminism, and it wasn't their religion. It was their specific behavior for which they alone are responsible. In order to learn that lesson, I had to witness a remarkable shift in the zeitgeist, and that happened in the mid-2010s. Now, at first, I was making the exact same mistake of attributing those characteristics to a specific group of people. What taught me the lesson was the reaction to them. During the years around 2014, we had a term for those people, which we called SJW, which stood for Social Justice Warrior. People don't usually use that term anymore because it has been fundamentally subsumed by the term woke. They're essentially synonymous now, though their etymology is a bit different. Back then,
the term SJW died before woke blew up. For years, the term SJW was dead. And the reason for that was it had been broadly realized to be not a straw man, just an insult. Just a hollow insult, much like woke is. One day we will have the same thing happen to SJW. SJW really started to catch a lot of popularity in 2014, blew up in 2016, and was like a dead term by the end of 2019. No one said SJW anymore by then. I'm guessing that in the next couple years, we are going to watch the decay in popularity of the word woke. Something will, of course, come along to replace it, but people are going to start to realize that woke never meant anything. And once they start to stop using that term or believing it means anything, the word will die, just like SJW did for years before woke came along to replace it.
Around a decade or so before this recording, it was popular to make fun of SJWs.
In all fairness, no adult said SJW anyways. Yes, they did, Mike P. Funk. If you do not think... Dude, you must not have been all up in the political space online in 2016, because I assure you, they did.
Was essentially on the vanguard against wokeism back then. Now, a lot of people developed entire careers out of doing that. Nobody took it terribly seriously beyond comedic purposes, though. The comedy was very easy and in demand, so naturally it flourished. I made a cartoon that was doing great numbers and going viral. It was called If God Became an SJW. Now, when I realized the truth of what was really going on, I put that video on private so that it would not be seen anymore. I made a mistake by making that cartoon, and correcting that mistake was not pain-free, as that video was pretty lucrative. But I can't stand by something that I don't believe in just for the money. As a lot of you who are familiar with my work know, I no longer make videos like that, and I have not done it for a long time now. I've even been accused of being woke now, which is very funny to me. So what changed? See, a lot of people disliked SJWs for the same reason that I disliked religion, because we generalized the people in those groups based on the more extreme ones who seemed very obsessive, very hypocritical, lacked self-awareness, and were easily offended. And nobody likes walking on eggshells. Nobody likes their language being policed, like blasphemy, or to be lectured, like sermons, or to be accused of certain things just on the basis of immutable characteristics born into sin, like being a man or being white or straight.
A lot of people who are straight white men feel like they are born into some kind of original sin by being straight white men, in the way that a lot of people on the progressive left talk so essentially about these groups. It's very alienating. And when I say alienating, I mean alienating from the left. People don't want to hang out with or spend time with or be part of a movement that they perceive as viewing them as inherently bad and sinful, quote unquote, and needing to work extra hard to make sure everyone knows they're not a bad person. You guys know who's felt like that at times? Me, in all honesty. I, as a lefty figure who is a straight white guy, holy fuck, have I gotten a lot of shit. Like, it feels like things that would never go anywhere for a lot of people in the space just go viral about me. Just nonsense bullshit. And I feel like a lot of it isn't necessarily, oh, we hate this guy because he's a straight white dude, but almost this, like, inherent idea that, oh, this guy's a straight white cis dude in the online left. There's got to be something up. He's got to be evil, right? And so there's this immediate, like, agreement, acceptance, you know, of, oh yeah, you must do something wrong. And so even I, who have a pretty large supporter base of people on the left, feel like the repelling force on me from the left. Like, I am not wanted here, it feels like. Like, I have to fight to keep my place as, like, a figure recognized in the left or cared about in the left or accepted in the left. And that is not the most inviting vibe. I'm willing to deal with it. Many are not. And that is why so many people, young, straight, cis men, are pushed away from the left. They're just repelled by it.
Etc. To anti-SJWs, that seems to be ironically racist and sexist. That fed into my belief that they were hypocritical and lacked self-awareness, the things that I disliked so much. So I was motivated to mock them. In hindsight, I know that many of them had valid concerns, but were perhaps expressed in ways that weren't very diplomatic and much more accusatory. To make sense of why I did not stay the course in an anti-woke direction, it would help to understand a little bit of the history involved. Much of the movement against the SJWs, and eventually the woke, as they're called now, can be exemplified in the massive pop culture backlash against a woman named Anita Sarkeesian and what she represented. She started a nonprofit.
One sec, did I speed up the video? I feel like I might have forgotten. Oh no, I did. That makes sense. Okay, back to it.
Organization called Feminist Frequency. She was a critic of modern media, like movies and video games. But rather than examining them from the perspective of technical...
You know what's crazy? She was really popular, dude. Holy fuck. People said she was popular, and they're like, people talked about it like her raising the money that she did for that project was crazy or scamming. But like, dude, there's a reason she raised that so much. Her videos 13 years ago were pulling hundreds of thousands of views per video. This may not seem as impressive today, though it very much still is by today's standards. These views back then, you have to remember, 13 years ago, 376, 539,000, 450,000 views on a video 13 years ago is a lot of fucking views back then. These videos were big back in the day within whatever niche she was going for, which I guess was feminist people in the world of gaming. Like, it was actually doing really well. Damn. I had never really gotten an accurate or an honest idea of Anita Sarkeesian's popularity prior to the chuds going after her back then. It was always like the presumption was she maybe got like 5 or 6,000 views per video and then like asked for 100K or something was the idea that the right push. But in reality, she actually asked for like 40K for like a 20 episode project series, which clearly with how much views her stuff gets, people liked her stuff. They tried to turn it into her scamming her audience, even though it wasn't. They were voluntarily donating to the project.
Competence or artistic value, like most critics. She evaluated them from a perspective of positive or negative cultural impact, usually in terms of whether or not the movie or video game was problematic in how it portrayed women or various minority groups, or even that they weren't portrayed at all, that they didn't have enough representation. And I think that she felt we as a society had become too accustomed and accepting of how these various demographics are treated in our media or left out altogether, which has an effect on our perceptions. And some of the things she criticized were pieces of media that we loved. And I think a lot of people felt personally attacked by that.
Oh, yeah.
We were being called guilty for liking things that she considered problematic. For example, she would criticize things like impractical armor for women in video games that was too skimpy, or the women were too sexualized, or the camera focused a bit too much on a woman's sexual characteristics, which was called the male gaze. And these were things that most guys liked, including myself. So it seems like the industry catered to guys for the most part. And she argued that it should cater to everyone. She gained traction in mainstream media too, and it was even reported that she started consulting in game development. And I think that scared a lot of people. But I think that she was welcomed as a consultant because naturally these companies wanted to broaden their audiences, which would make them more profitable. And she found some success too, and a lot of people claimed that it was not organic success. She was receiving a lot of funding for her work, and some of her most ardent detractors would point out that her work did not reflect the amount of funding she was receiving. Basically, it was an accusation of grifting before that term was very common. But I don't think it's accurate to call her a grifter because I think she was a true believer in her cause. Grifters, on the other hand, don't really care about the cause. The cause is just whatever is popular at the moment. Now, on a surface level, it doesn't really sound like there's anything wrong with any of that, right? But I was far from alone in thinking that something about the way it was executed seemed off. It rubbed me the wrong way, enough to the point where I also started criticizing SJWs. Now, at first, it was the obsessive nature of it that bothered me. It's one of the main things that bothered me about religion, too. I saw it as getting offended about every little thing, but not just merely getting offended about something you happened to see or hear. It seemed like it was a movement that sought out offense to point at, like they actively desired to be offended. For instance, if I were to behave the same way in terms of religion, my channel would look very different than it does now. My channel is critical of organized religion, but for me, it would be like instead of getting into religious doctrine itself, or instead of talking about the various ways religion is affecting our politics, it would be as if I watched movies and video games with an ear attentively waiting for someone to mention Christ, or to present themselves as a Christian, or to find someone in a movie wearing a cross, or praying, or anything like that, and then obsessively deconstructing it. How it's problematic, how there's no equal representation for atheists or other religions. It would be as if I would not be able to enjoy media that has Christian elements. But that's just not the case for me. I don't mind Christian elements in movies and games, but what if they portrayed atheists negatively or inaccurately? Maybe then I could empathize a little better with what Anita was doing, but I just didn't think of it that way. Regardless, shallow and seeking offense is how I perceived critical analysis by SJWs anyway. And I think other people perceived that as well. So
I feel like that right there is one of the best summaries of why people are going to the right. A perception that the left's critique of the world is shallow, obsessive, lacking in self-awareness, and just overall cringe. Just very cringe. And at the end of the day, I actually think that there's not much that you can do to change the general left-wing messaging around this. I think it's a matter of reach. The fact is, most people back then were not watching Anita Sarkeesian's stuff and then coming to the conclusion that what she had to say was awful. They were stumbling across videos responding to her, finding out about the situation from one side, and then sticking with that one side. The fact is, what's happening is, if people are getting into politics, they're finding the right first, they're getting attached to the right, and then when they discover the left, it is only in the context of it being the side you're fighting against, that is against you, and that you need to fight against to protect yourself. We lived too close to the woke sun. No, I don't think it's that. I think a lot of it is we failed in our messaging. We failed to have our messaging reach people before the messaging about us by the right reaches people. Have you ever heard the term, your reputation precedes you? Have you ever thought about what that term means? It means that most people have heard things about you before they've ever met you. And that is true of the left online 100 times over. The reputation of the left precedes it. People hear the bad things, the straw men, the insults about the left, the stereotypes, and then they encounter the left. But by then, they're already so against the left as a principle that they're not there to hear anything you have to say. They're there to look for ways to troll you or make you triggered or whatever. I watched this last night. I have similar views, and I thought he made a lot of sense. This was a very good video. I really, really like it. We watched a lot of it, but I don't want to, take any more of his content, so I'm going to drop the link in chat for you guys, but I really enjoyed that. I thought he did a really good job of breaking that down, and there was a lot to talk about there. I really do appreciate him making that video. I'm going to drop a like. I'll also drop a sub. Fuck it. Drop a sub and a like-a-rooney. Anyway, guys, if you liked this segment, if you enjoyed it or found it entertaining or educational, then please consider dropping a thumbs up on the stream or the video when this goes out on its own. Follow my social medias linked down below. Comment, subscribe, and ring the bell icon if you haven't already and really want to support the channel, of course. And if you want to see more from me and you want to support me, help me keep the lights on, the roof above my head, then please consider donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or support me financially through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, Patreon, or perhaps even buying some merch to the Streamlabs link down below. Regardless of how you support me, though, thank you so much for watching, guys, and as always, have a good one. How do you guys like that segment? I feel like it came out real good. Dark Matter is a great content creator, but generally, nice. Heckin' good video? Heck yeah. Heck yeah. Considering how much fluids I drank during that segment, I should probably go use the restroom, huh? Oh. Alright. Okay, guys, I'm gonna use the restroom really fast, empty up my bladder, and I will be right back. Don't go anywhere, guys. Stay tuned. I've got quite a few segments left for you guys after stream here. Or not after stream, after I use the bathroom here. So, after my other stream. So I will be right back, guys. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. I gotta get to my other stream. All right. I am back. Guys, do you want to hear something exciting? Today, I got the confirmation from YouTube. Yep, here it is. Xanderhall, you did it! Hi Xanderhall, you did it! Your hard work has paid off and you're now eligible for a Creator Award. Reaching this milestone is something to be proud of. It's no easy feat. Redeem your award and start your celebration by following these steps. Go to a link I'm not going to tell you guys. Enter your redemption code I'm not going to tell you guys. Enter your channel name and shipping info. I already did all this, by the way. Sit back and relax while we produce and ship your award. Note, certain countries require the recipient to pay duties and or provide additional information. America doesn't require that. Don't worry, you'll get emails along the way to confirm your order and to notify you when your award ships, so be on the lookout. We can't wait to see how you celebrate with your community, so be sure to use hashtag YouTube Creator Awards on social media. Yay! YouTube approved me. I'm getting the play button. I did all the stuff this morning. It's on its way. The silver play button shall be coming. I also have a separate link they sent me where I'll be able to order an additional play button for my editor, because apparently they've got that built in for, like, if your YouTube channel is run by a team, you can get more, like, you can pay to have more made for your team members. And, you know, I got my editor, so I'm going to have a play button made for Ethan. I'm excited. It's gonna be hype. I've literally, you know, I've dreamed of hitting 100K or getting any type of milestone award from YouTube since I was like 10. You know, I always wanted to be a YouTuber. So, it's pretty awesome. Ethan is online. Why would you assume that's the Ethan I'm talking about? No audio tour. No. Ethan gets a play button when you get the extra money. The money extra play button costs money. Yeah. The play buttons do cost money, but I just have to order another one. I didn't do it this morning, but I'm gonna do it on call with him. I want him to be there for it when I order it, so he can see. Jerry's out there somewhere malding. That is what Ethan said to me when he sent me the screenshot of us hitting 100K and said Cherry is malding right now. It was pretty funny. Trans Daughter of Water, thank you for the tier 1 gift sub to Akaroma. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Thank you for the $5 dues. Very based, very pog. Said 1 monther. Quote, I need to goon, and then a link.
Gooning?
Schlatt finds out about gooning. Oh my god. Gooning?
Is a need, and I need to goon. I do not want to goon, I must goon.
Damn it,
Ever
here we
since
go.
I've discovered it, I've only increased my gooning output.
Goon meter?
Each and every day, I force myself to delve deeper into the goon caves, and I don't see any reason to stop anytime soon.
Okay.
The problem is, the stash is getting a little stale, because watching the same compressed MP4 file for the 645th time doesn't really hit like it used to, you know?
Right.
But fear not, an expensive business solution awaits us. AI generated and NFT minted. So, get this. Users can prompt this AI to whip up whatever sick creation they could possibly imagine, from normie stuff all the way to...
So my head is hurting so much. Is that car by Pyrocynical?
Gooning is in...
I delve, I explore deeper in the goon caves every day. I just broke 1.7k subs, I have a long way. Dude, solo casting, you've broken 1,000 subs. That tells you right there that you can hit 100k. If you can hit 1,000 subs, you can hit 100k. And if you can hit 100k, you can hit 1 million. And if you can hit 1 million, you probably can't hit the 50 million, but you know, you could try. The 50 million mark is a lot harder than 1 million. Hitting 1 million subs 50 times is really hard. If you can break 100 subs, you can hit 1,000. If you can get 10 subs, you can get 100. That's how it works. Those are the rules. I don't make them. I just enforce them. Simple as. Thank you for the tier 1 sub, Trans Daughter of Water. I really do appreciate it. You are so based and so kind, so epic and so cool. You're too cool for the school, in fact. Simply too cool. Blizzy Pumpkin, thank you for the tier 2 sub. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. You are so based in Pog. How many months is that? I don't want to undercredit you, bro. Had to burp there, sorry. 3 months, god damn, thank you. I really appreciate that, thank you so much. Said, hey Zan, I've been watching you for years now, and I figured I finally owed you a sub. Congrats on 100k on YouTube. Keep up the good work, bro. Thank you, I really appreciate that. You are so based, you are so kind. I really do appreciate it, it means so much, thank you. Let me update the dono goal really fast. Damn, a 3-month tier 2, thank you guys. I really do appreciate it. Alright, I have 98 subs on my channel. I made one video on when I was like a kid like 7 or so years ago. That's impressive, Professional Autist. Must be a good video. You got 100 subs in that shit. Alright, let me get the next segment up.
So we all...
All right. Chad, I'm curious. Before I do the next segment, what country is everyone here watching from tonight? I'm just curious. America, USA, Canada land, New Zealand. America, the US. A lot of Americans in chat tonight. Love to see it. The snowlands of Canada, though. A few Canadians in chat. The Philippines. Nice. I'm hoping I can go to the Philippines, but I might have criticized the government there a little too much. And, I don't know. Being American might be the only thing that saves me. But then there's also the gangs that, like, just will specifically seek out tourists. When I will go to the Philippines one day, and I am going to have a machete. And I'm going to wear it on my hip like a sword. And you can say that's extreme, but I've got a lot of friends in the Philippines. When I told them that, they were all like, I agree. You should do that, actually. Yes, do it. You should have a machete on you. Because the people who try to rob you will have knives. Big ones. Fuck, that's a badass mental image. Oh yeah, the second I land in the Philippines, I'm running out of the airport to the nearest, like, store where I can buy myself a machete. With a sheath I can wear on my hip. Like a sword scabbard. But are your friends meaning? Probably not. No, the Philippines can get pretty rough, guys. It can get pretty rough there. It's not a developed nation, guys. Good job, Xander. 100k is a big deal. You're legit now. I'm fucking legit! Too legit to quit. Alright. Alright. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1. Action. Well, guys, Twitter has fallen, and we are now in the wake of the biggest exodus of users from Elon Musk's Twitter ever. Period. But why are people leaving? Is it just the fact that Elon owns it now? Do people hate him that much? Well, they've been on the platform for years despite him owning it for that long now. Is it because of the politics? Partially, yes. Is it because the site just genuinely sucks now if you're not someone constantly in fights or making rage bait posts? Probably. In fact, there's a really good video that was recently made by a YouTuber named B in a Minute. Or Ben a Minute, I think is, it's Ben a Minute, because, like, Ben is probably his name, and then it's been a minute. Ah, I get it now. His name's Ben a Minute. And he made a video called How Woke Can I Get Before Elon Bans Me? The truth is, most likely, almost certainly, pretty damn woke. I don't think Elon will ban you for being woke. What I do know is, though, Elon will shadow ban you for saying things that are mean about him, for saying things that are generally left-leaning. And I can tell you that after, like, certain milestones, one of the big things that made me leave Twitter was the fact that I would post things that were, like, really good tweets. Like, for reference, before Elon bought Twitter, I could just tweet boobs and then go to bed and wake up the next morning with 1,000 likes on the post. From my own, like, fans, I'd have, like, 100 replies from real people. It wasn't, like, bots liking it or anything. It was real people. And I could be the dumbest and nothing thing ever, and because I'm a YouTuber, it would get like a lot of engagement, because that's just how Twitter works when you're a YouTuber back then. But then Elon bought it, and months later, he made it way worse. And something I noticed was, after, like, just overnight, suddenly I started getting, like, 10 to 20 likes on tweets instead of hundreds or sometimes thousands of likes on tweets. A very blatant drop. And since then, it decayed and decayed and decayed, even as my follower count continued to rise. I never saw a rise in my likes or even views on my tweets. And eventually I realized I was tweeting to nobody. No one was seeing my tweets. It wasn't ending up anywhere, probably because I didn't pay for verification, more likely than not. And so I just stopped using Twitter and I moved to Blue Sky. I have like 3,000 followers on Blue Sky, and every time I open it, my notifications are full. Like, completely full. I have to scroll for several minutes to read through all of the likes, the comments, the follows, and the replies. Because that is how Twitter used to be, and how any social media platform that I'm regularly on generally goes, because I may not be a massive figure, but I'm big enough that I have a pretty consistent, amount of engagement on my stuff, you know? But regardless, it just kind of dropped off on Twitter, and I moved to Blue Sky, and with 3,000 followers, my shit was blowing up. And that kind of confirmed to me, man, Elon definitely deboosts your shit if you are not a right-wing rage poster on Twitter. God. Anyway, let's go ahead and take a good look at this video. Because while I don't think he's going to end up getting banned, I do think we're going to get a good look into how awful Twitter has gotten under Elon Musk's management. And boy, has it gotten bad. Like, the posts there that go viral are just the worst. The last time I went there, I scrolled for 2 minutes and saw a person die. Literally just a video of a person being murdered. So, yeah, the site's fallen off pretty damn hard. Let's see just how much, though.
We all know the app, formerly known as Twitter, is supposed to be a platform that promotes free speech. But how much free speech is actually tolerated when it's from a leftist perspective? Well, today, I'm on a mission to answer this question by posting strictly woke content to see how long it takes for my far-left account to get banned. But here's the thing. Throughout this experiment, my tweets will become progressively more, well, progressive. Every day, we'll get more and more woke until, who knows, we might go so far left that we wrap around to the far right. Oh, and don't worry. We'll be pissing off a lot of right-wingers along the way. But the main goal of this is to find out if Twitter is silencing those who have an opposing ideology to Elon Musk. We've all noticed that ever since Elon took over Twitter, he has made it pretty clear that he wants it to be a safe haven for free speech.
God, that image of Elon is crazy, dude. Oh, God. For those of you guys that don't know why Elon's MAGA hat is black and gray, it's because he has started what he calls the dark MAGA movement. It's giga cringe, but the reason why he's wearing all black is because he's starting what he calls the dark goth MAGA movement, is what he called it. The goth dark MAGA movement, I believe is the term. He thinks he's so cool. He really does. Dude, look at this fucking gremlin, bro. Look at this fucking gremlin. Because he's fat. Elon Musk, parentheses, fat. Shakes Donald Trump's hand, parentheses, fatly.
On their blog, they even have stated, "We believe Twitter users have the right to express their opinions and ideas without fear of censorship." But what that means in practice is a bit of a gray area, especially when it comes to left-leaning views. Some users argue that these moderation policies seem a bit lopsided, to say the least, and that Elon has transformed Twitter into a refuge for racists, misogynists, and fascists, amplifying far-right propaganda and playing a key role in Trump's re-election, to say the most. So, let's find out if my right to free speech still applies when I criticize everything this guy believes in. Hey, it's been a minute, and today, I'm going to see if Twitter bans me for being too...
Have you seen the videos of Elon jumping? I don't know why he does this. He's done it at every Trump rally, but he does this thing where he jumps up and down like an excited child, like a 2-year-old who needs their diaper changed. Have you seen it? Like, Elon does this, like, jumping jack thing at every Trump event now, where he jumps in the air and he, like, flails his arms around. Yeah, he's making himself into an X. Oh yeah, that's what it is. He's trying to make an X. I actually hate that this motherfucker is stealing my branding. I need you to know that the whole, like, Elon Musk's obsession with the X thing came after 2020 when I rebranded to Xanderhall and the X became my logo. I need you all to know that he is stealing this from me. Alright, I did this shit first. The black and white and the X logo is my fucking branding, and this bastard has, like, I bet that fucker knows who I am, saw it, liked my branding, and like, took it. Because it's so specific. The black and white, the X for the logo, it's like... yeah, Elon's obsession with X goes back to his co-founding of PayPal in the 2000s, though. I know, but he was never open like this. This is stuff that came back, or the stuff about his obsession with that came out after his Twitter buy.
Too woke. All right, let's get my profile set up. Let's do January 6th.
January 6th.
Seems like a good date. All right, username. All right, we need to think of something leftist, a little woke. Maybe like Noam Chomsky. Noam Chomsky. I think that's pretty good. Oh, who should I follow first?
Chomsky name
What
taken.
about Elon Musk? Location, San Francisco. This looks good.
Good
I think
choice.
that's pretty good.
Good profile picture choice, too.
Okay, so I really don't want to do this, but I think I'm going to have to get verified. Oh, God, I don't want to pay a dime. I'm mostly paying for the reply boost. I want, like, the largest amount of people seeing my...
So for those who don't know, you get a boost on any reply you make to a post if you have Twitter Blue, or like you pay for verification. It's $16 a month, I think, and your replies are literally boosted over others regardless of the amount of engagement if you pay Twitter. That alone is such an awful change that I'm surprised that the big exodus didn't happen over that change on its own. Like, who wants to use a platform where all of the highest, like, reporting posts, like the highest rated posts, are the ones who paid the most to be there? It's not even a merit-based algorithm, you know? Like, the site is getting worse and worse at showing you things that are even somewhat interesting to you in a satisfying amount of time when scrolling. Like, no one doom scrolls Twitter anymore because it takes so long to doom scroll into something interesting now. You'd be better off doom scrolling YouTube Shorts or Blue Sky, frankly.
My content as possible. And I need the check mark, most importantly. Okay, $16.
I love how the new form of YouTube, of like Twitter subscription, is basically a miniaturized version of what Elon did. Paying in order to artificially boost everything you have to say past everyone else who's speaking so that everyone hears you instead of others. That's what Elon did when he bought Twitter. He paid to like own the town square. When you buy a check mark, you can also pay a bit to have your own little slice of the town square where only you can be heard.
And then that's it. I'm canceling it. Ugh. I hate that.
Oh, that's cringe.
Your account will be reviewed for a blue check mark soon. I just paid for it. Our team is doing a quick review on your account. You should see your...
Dude, imagine you pay for the blue check mark and they deny your blue check mark. That's crazy. They'll definitely verify them, though. Anyone can get verified on Twitter. I don't know why they even have a team that reviews the applications. Why would they do that? Why do they... Like, they're clearly not going to do anything. Like, they don't have... Like, why bother? Why pay the people to do it?
Your check mark here within a few days. Oh my god. What is there to review? Now, I decided to follow a bunch of right-leaning accounts, including the top 10 accounts that Elon most often replies to. End Wokeness, Ian Miles Chung, Matt Walsh, for sure. Libs of TikTok. This is so dumb. Oh my god. I wanted to make sure that my timeline and For You page was...
That Doge Designer page is... There are a lot of channels like this. Or not a lot of channels. A lot of pages like this that are all Dogecoin themed anti-woke. Like, half of it is crypto stuff. The other half is anti-woke memes. These accounts are huge, and they always have some cringe-ass... They always have some cringe-ass PFP like this. Hold on. Where's the chat box? Here we go. Look at that PFP. Have you ever seen anything more Reddit, like, cursed? Oh my god.
Oh my god, Doge Designer, ho ho ho.
So fucking soy, dude.
I wanted to make sure that my timeline and For You page was just filled with a bunch of content that would trigger me easily, just making it a bit easier and faster to respond with my woke takes. Okay, let's see what's going on Twitter. I hate this so much. I already want to start responding to him. I love how the Trump-controlled federal government plans to spend our tax dollars to fund essentially a meme. Doge, instead of funding plans to combat the most salient threat to our planet, climate change.
No, if you wanted to get any engagement, you should have posted W Elon. Then you'll get 1,000 likes, but here you're just gonna get 1.
Post. What if that gets me banned? My very first tweet. Some quick background on my personal experience with Twitter. It really was my go-to social media platform from like 2014 to 2020. And during lockdown, I realized I was on it just way too much, so
that's good.
I did the healthy thing and switched to YouTube and spent too much time on there instead. All of this is to say that I haven't used Twitter in like 4 years, but I have stayed up to date with Elon's takeover of the platform and its overall shift to the right. So overall, this kind of feels like a welcome home party. Except my home was bought by a billionaire and he painted all the walls black and clogged up all the toilets and invited a bunch of racist people over to sleep on the couch for a while. I can't wait. Who should Matt Gaetz go after first? Probably himself. Okay, so according to the user FE Dart, Elon's average tweets per day, or...
I need you to understand the amount of delusion that these Twitter posters have.
I can't wait. Who should Matt Gaetz...
Ian Miles Chong, who should Matt Gaetz go after first? Days, like, as he is having to step down because the pedophilia shit comes out about Gaetz. Like, they are that delusional. Like, they're on Twitter getting hundreds of thousands of likes, championing pedophiles as brave warriors fighting pedophilia. It's like, it's insane.
Gaetz go after first? Probably himself. Okay, so according to the Reddit user FE Dart, Elon's average tweets per day, or TPD, is around 67. So
That's
to compete
insane.
with the tweetmaster himself, I'm gonna aim for a TPD, tweets per day, around 68 or 70. Somewhere in there. Now, you're probably thinking, dang, that's a lot of tweeting. I'm sure he's probably gonna automate that with AI or something. No, that would be too easy, and also make for a really boring video, and I know this might be a kind of controversial take, but I don't really think using AI to create content is very cool. Okay, I need to start tweeting a lot more. I have like 67 more tweets to go. Now, for the first few days, I wanted to start off with some mild leftist political views. This included tweets centered around fair wages. I wonder if Trump's pick for the Department of Labor will expand paid family leave. Oh, sorry, typo. I wonder if Trump's pick for the Department of Labor will abolish the Department of Labor. Climate change. Trump's new pick to run the department in charge of disaster recovery is skeptical of climate change. Climate change. You know, the thing that causes natural disasters. And of course, constant digs at right-wingers on Twitter. I responded to this tweet and said, Allergan's stock just shot up 27%. Shout out to all the little Botox boys out there. Allergan, or Allergen, is the company that makes Botox, by the way.
I've been calling this shit out. All these fuckers have so much Botox in their faces. It's actually like uncanny. Dude, look at this motherfucker. I'm telling you, like, crop out everything from their nose up to their forehead and just get images side to siding every like big right-wing figure from their nose up to their forehead and tell me it's not the same like bone structure.
This tweet had some levels to it, and I don't really think people got it besides me, so that's okay. You know, we're doing our best. We're trying. I think that everything I posted on this first day could have been retweeted by your most basic Democrat or slightly left-leaning person. Can you spot the difference? Department of Defense 2024. Department of Defense 2025. One has a tattoo. So I ended day one with 1 like, 0 followers, and 42 tweets in total. My TPD was a little bit lower than I was aiming for, so I decided I'd just crank it up more the next day. Oh, and the approval of my blue check mark that I already paid for was still pending. I think that once I am approved and get the blue check mark, my posts will be sort of elevated to other accounts. But for now, it seems like they're not really getting too many impressions on the platform. Okay, so slow start to day one, but that was kind of expected with more of the mild leftist takes. So let's crank things up a bit and head on into... All right, day two. This is when I realized that Twitter had become something unrecognizable to what it looked like back in 2020 when I left. Okay, so let's do some more tweeting. If people didn't start families in poverty, the human species would no longer exist.
So this is, of course, oh my god, I feel like I have to respond to every dumbass conservative take I see in this video. Because I don't spend time on Twitter anymore, because it's just a nonstop barrage of this shit, and you just feel the need to respond to every one. But you know you shouldn't, because you're not going to get no one's even going to see it. Like, the most you'll get is a few hate replies to any, like, response you make or retort you make these days. You can't. I think fundamentally the reason why Twitter sucks so much right now is you have to be one of these nonsense accounts to get any engagement or any replies. And social media isn't fun just as a place where you like and browse. People want to be able to have conversations and occasionally post a tweet that ends up being a banger. But if you have to pay for that possibility, and even then you have to tweet and post from a certain political side or enrage enough people to have that experience, then people are just going to leave the platform for something better. It's why everyone's moving to Blue Sky. Now it's like actual companies and like large celebrities are moving to Blue Sky now, away from Twitter, and a lot of people are following them. Stephen King moved to Blue Sky. That was a big reason why a lot of people jumped over. Like celebrities are ditching Twitter because it just sucks now. Like even if you're a big celebrity and you're tweeting out to your fans aren't seeing your tweets. Why the fuck would you even bother posting there then? And without the celebrities, which are what a lot of people are on Twitter there to follow and see what they're posting, they're going to go to another platform or just stop being engaged with it. And that's what's been happening. It's why Twitter is losing so much money.
God, I hate Matt Walsh so much. You're such a baby. Of course, there's copious amounts of misinformation.
For reference, the whole, like, Matt Walsh's tweet about people needing to have kids even in poverty is a reference to the fact that, like, they do not want to support anything that would help make childcare cheaper or easier. But they insist that the birth rates need to go up. And so when people say, well, we need to make raising a child more affordable, they say, no, we need to make people more willing to raise children in poverty. That is their real, actual argument and what they believe in openly, too. Now that Trump has won, they don't even lie about it. They say, like, no, you should be having kids in poverty. Otherwise, the human race will die.
Information and bigotry that, I'll say it, is pretty fun to call out and debunk. This I can't stand. Which country spends the most on healthcare per capita? The United States. But this isn't socialized medicine. This is private medicine.
Yeah.
It's not like the government is spending that much. It would be cheaper to have socialized medicine in the US than... All right, I'm about to respond to it. Here are the facts. Medicare for all will cost less than our current system. A recent study by Yale epidemiologists found that Medicare for all would save around 68,000 lives a year while reducing U.S. healthcare spending by around 13%, or $450 billion a year.
Mm-hmm.
Idiot. Owned that one, rabbit hole. More like stupid idiot hole. But after a while, it all just kind of started to wane on me. Meanwhile, in New Zealand's parliament, what does this even mean? This is just like straight up racist. Anyone else laugh at this silly pagan?
Tantrums are not an argument. I like how, I don't even think they were yelling in that clip, but everyone is pretending they were, and this person's saying it was a pagan ritual. I don't know, dude.
You know, I'm having a lot of fun making this video, but then I spend just like a little too much time on Twitter or see a post that just kind of pushes me over the edge, makes me want to just log off for ever. Colonize more, dude.
That's
on.
Twitter. Look at it. But look at this account. By POC doing racism. This is for all the white people to follow so they can feel like victims. Very popular brand of right-wing content, by the way. Like the content that is literally being an SJW over like people being racist towards white people. Like, they love feeling like victims. It's all about the victimhood.
Like, what do you even say to these people? The indigenous people of New Zealand, the Maori, are just part of Parliament, which makes sense because they are the original people of the island of New Zealand, or the two islands. Like, what is wrong with them being part of their own government? Like, if that makes you mad, then, like, something is wrong with you. That's not normal to be, like, pissed off at this. I ended up having to throw in the towel for the day and decided to recharge for hopefully a better tomorrow. Has anyone seen Dr. Fauci recently? Someone is looking for...
It's these deranged fucking tweets, dude. It's these fucking deranged tweets. They literally love the brainworm man. They worship him. They're like, yes, the anti-vax brainworm guy is going to finally kill Fauci. Let's go! They're like begging for it now.
Whoa. It wasn't better. How's everyone doing out there? It is day 3, and I have some very exciting news to share. I got a blue check mark that I am paying $16 a month for. So, I think at the end of day 2, I had about 83 tweets in total. And
I know this might be controversial, but I'm going to go ahead and say it. I like fluoride. One thing I really like is you'll notice 4 followers like after days of posting and 0 likes. Obviously, that's relatively, not like super out of the norm for a brand new account, but an account that's posting this much and has the blue check mark, you'd expect them to get seen a bit. But like, Twitter will not give your posts impressions even among your own followers unless it is inciting a lot of replies. And the best way to get replies is to say something that like is really crazy and out there, right? Either bait replies with like some dishonest method that a lot of these accounts do, or to say something crazy that gets people angry and engaging. And no one wants to use a platform that's like that all the time. Like all the time with no break.
Yeah, I got a little carried away this morning, and I am now at 141 posts total. I don't know what it is, but I think I'm getting a little addicted to the platform. Don't look now, but Trump has quietly put together the most diverse cabinet ever assembled. And then it refers to these women as snacks. So I responded to it and said, the only snack here is RFK's brain worm. Basically what I'm trying to do at this point on day 3 is just crank things up a notch, get a little more triggered when it comes to responding to these right-wingers, and getting a little more woke. And I think things are working. I'm getting more likes. I'm getting more responses. POV, you're inside RFK Jr.'s brain. Between the election denial and making fun of the disabled, you guys are on track to storm the Capitol on January 6th. LOL. It's spelled capital. Thanks. I always screw that up.
Between the meltdowns and making fun of the disabled, you're on track to storm the Capitol on January 6th. So, making fun of RFK having his brain eaten by a worm means that we're on track to do the thing that they did, and so the joke is on us. The thing they've defended being fine for 4 years is now a bad thing because the left might do it. Okay.
Democrats made grandma say goodbye over
makes sense.
FaceTime during COVID, and now they're crying about separating the families of illegals. One rule for life: always tell commies to shut the fuck up.
It's posts like that that get the most engagement. Literally the kind of shit you would see on like a t-shirt that like a 30-year-old man would be wearing. That's the kind of shit you gotta post to get engagement on Twitter now. It's so cringe.
The way, I thought they was gonna deport families together. Communism must be eradicated. Communism doesn't exist in the US, okay? Not like even close. What is with people on the right thinking that communism is like growing like wildfire in the US? It's not. Like, it's so...
Because what they call communism is like when a corporation invests in something that they call woke. Like a corporation, a privately owned corporation is communist to these people. So yeah, communists can be spreading rapidly if you don't refer to communism as what it is. It's the same as woke. It doesn't mean anything. There's no definition. They can't give one.
Not here. It'd be cool if there was more like socialist policies that were talked about, but it's not. You don't have to worry about communism at all. I promise you, we're not getting anything close to that. Like, you think Democrats are communists? They're like so pro-capitalist. You think Nancy Pelosi's a communist? She has like one of the best performing portfolios out of like anyone in Congress. Like that doesn't sound very like commie to me. It was around this time when I started to notice something very unexpected. This morning, Stephen King, the horror novelist,
left
Twitter. My For You page began to flood with hundreds and hundreds of people saying that they were leaving Twitter, tweet after tweet, explaining that they were just fed up with the hate and misinformation that was consuming their timelines. And of course, these announcements came with plenty of commentary from the right, criticizing them for making this decision. So you have tweets like this: I would like to announce that
What I love is how many of them have tried to run and chase the left or just normal people to Blue Sky, and they're not getting any traction there because they don't have like the entire platform rigged in their favor on Blue Sky. And so they're like getting ratioed like they used to on old Twitter, and they're not getting anywhere with it. And so they came to Blue Sky to try and troll, but they're the ones getting trolled. It's really funny. Because remember, they didn't want Twitter to have it for them. They didn't want to just be able to use their free speech and that be it. They wanted to be able to laud that over the left. And if the left isn't there to be trolled, then they'll move to this platform the left is going to. They never really wanted Twitter. They wanted the public square. And now that the public square is moving away from them, they want to come and capture the next public square.
I will not be announcing that I'm leaving Twitter. And it's like, oh, dude, so cool. Like, everyone on here is so cool and edgy and just saying, like, crazy stuff that everyone's like, oh, I can't handle it because I'm too woke. Oh, God, you're so cool, Lex Friedman. I realized that I was witnessing a mass exodus of the platform in real time. Turns out it was the largest exodus since Elon bought it back in 2022. All on the exact same day that I received my beautiful blue checkmark. Which is insane for that to happen this week because that just leaves one person left on Twitter who is still woke. And it's Noam Chomsky. I was deep behind enemy lines, and all of my allies were retreating. Pretty soon, Noam Chomsky would be the last bastion of wokeness able to defend against the dark right, trying to find the light, while getting lost in the dark echo chamber of hate and bigotry. What was Noam to do? Breaking, Lindsey Graham has come out against Matt Gaetz for AG. Lindsey Graham came out? All right, stay forward. I'm fed up. I'm done with this. I'm about to attack every single right-winger I see. For the first time ever, 2 black women will serve in the United States Senate simultaneously. Identity politics, all the way to the bitter end. It's called democracy, you racist dingleberry. Oh, and I'm not just calling out the right today. No, it is about time I start attacking the Democrats too. Breaking, election security experts have officially asked Biden to do an election recount on Trump's victory. They are citing potential breaches in voting machines. I responded and said, Dems didn't lose because of election interference. Dems lost because they have completely abandoned the middle class. Unless things radically change soon, the party and many politicians within it will always be captured by the corporations that they are indebted to.
I have a feeling that was one of the best performing tweets he posted. I will say, though, the only evidence that we have in regards to the idea that, like, there should be a recount because there could have been some, like, bullshittery with the voting machines is, as far as I understand, some party affiliated with Trump had successfully gotten copies of the results on a bunch of voting machines and, like, collected the data, and they were going to try to use that to prove that in court that the election was stolen. But taking that data was a crime, and so I don't know if that was ever fully pursued legally or if that ever got, like, fully dealt with, but the fact that that happened and that people loyal to Trump successfully breached voting machines is real. Like, that happened. And so a lot of people have taken that to say, oh, well, they must have been hacked. The results must have been changed. And I want to say that is fundamentally different. The fact that the machines were breached and the results were copied after the 2020 election by Trump loyalists was true. The idea that they were breached and results was changed is not supported. Certainly not for the 2024 election. There's no real evidence for that yet. The claim has been, like, maybe Starlink was involved, but no, there's no hard evidence of election interference, but there has been evidence of, you know, people loyal to Trump trying to fuck with the, like, things and trying to get more stuff. There needs to be more investigation, don't get me wrong, but certainly not enough to be able to, like, cry foul about the election results. Nowhere near enough evidence.
Oh, and I got a little extra surprise for all 4 of my Twitter followers that I know they're just going to eat up. From each according to his abilities to each according to his needs. Everyone, please open your Communist Manifesto to page 1, because it's Marxist time. History repeats itself. First as tragedy, second as farce. Welcome to the farce. Democrats can't be the pro-labor party while also being backed by billionaire donors. Again, just talking about transgender people, like 50% of all the posts on this platform is something centered around trans people, but in a very negative light, obviously.
I have a feeling that this guy really likes Hassan. Just a nibbling sense of a possibility. This guy might be a big Hassan fan. Very possible.
They can't wrap their head around it for some reason. I just can't imagine, like, walking down the street, seeing someone who is trans and having, like, a visceral reaction like they do.
That it's fear and disgust. That's where most of it comes from for these people. People, like, there have been studies done where they scanned the brains of left and right-leaning people and, like, measured what parts of the brain light up. The left experiences, like, people on the left more often than not experience more activity in the part of the brain associated with empathy than people on the right. Like, you look at the part of the brain associated with empathy, and for conservatives, when they see someone get hurt or they see something bad happen to someone or hear a sad story, it stays very dark. the empathy part of the brain stays very dark. And in some cases, this was the part that like really stuck with me, the humor part of the brain lights up for a lot of conservatives, for right-leaning people with conservative ideas. When they see something bad happen to someone, while someone on the left experiences empathy, people on the right experience a sense of comedy. I think that's a fundamental difference we got to keep in mind. It's like measurable in brain scans, mind you.
Like messed up, like there's something broken in their brains. Yeah, if you can't tell, I'm a little triggered, so I ended up responding to a lot of people today. Imagine ever believing a 60-year-old man would win a professional boxing match. Come on, guys. Imagine believing your dumbass movie could win an Oscar. Come on, guys. So much so that my current total number of tweets is at 221. That's an average TPD of 55, which is still somehow less than Elon's. I actually don't understand how he has time to rattle off so many tweets every day. I guess running a car, rocket, satellite, and social media company, all while being the stand-in first lady, is actually pretty easy. He moves like a 40-pound toddler with a full diaper.
Yeah, no, I saw this tweet. It's a good one. It's so true. Dude, look at that shit, dude. Look at... No, rewind that shit.
He moves
Rewind
like a
it.
40-pound
Oh
toddler
my
with
God.
a full diaper.
It's so real. I saw this tweet too. Holy shit. Oh my God. It's so true. He looks like he needs his diaper changed. She's jumping up in the air for his mom to change his diaper, dude. It's so embarrassing. Oh my God. I hate him so much. I really do. I hate Elon. Oh God.
Time to torment Elon until he disables my account.
He won't.
What's up? It's
He's
day
desperate
5.
for users
This is my
now.
final day, so this is the big push until the end. And I think we can get it done. Population collapse. It's so funny that they're like so pro population growth, but at the same time they're anti-immigration. Like, which one is it? The woke don't believe in equality or giving people equal rights. They want special privileges for certain groups of minorities, and they want to kill or enslave all white people. It's really that simple.
The rhetoric has gotten to the point now where it's just a nonstop feed of them telling their fans that the left wants to kill them and enslave them. And that's why so many of them escalate it to violence, and why they are trained to take no more joy from anything in life than the suffering of people on the left, because they've been trained in believing that the left only wants to hurt them.
Source?
Yep, they really do hate white people. I remember feeling self-hate for being white when I was a liberal. They really do hate us and seek to make us hate ourselves. This is wrong, and they are evil for doing this.
They do, and I'm tired of pretending they don't. Were you pretending that they didn't?
I'm tired of pretending they don't. Yeah, like he's saying, were you pretending that they didn't?
You seemed pretty open about it before. Based. Agree.
I concur. Very important we stand firm without demonizing. Think in situations like we are in. We stay smart, strong, and keep the light bright with love. But know when to say no for the common good. Eventually they will join our fester until they wither.
They will join or fester until they wither. That's not very, doesn't sound like keeping the light.
Humble at all times.
Jesus Christ.
We are dealing with adult children, so a firm, consistent no. No, maybe.
Like we are dealing with adult children, so a firm, consistent no. Like, what? Like, they literally... If you're ever wondering why the right doesn't just advocate against you having rights and getting to exist, they do it, like, paternalistically. It's because they see you as a child who needs to be put in their place for demanding that you have rights or respect for being, like, a part of a marginalized group. That's genuinely how they are trained to see you and treat you, like a child.
The bright light of love feels very hateful sometimes.
Hateful sometimes? That's a good
Do you support
comment.
Tom Homan conducting worksite raids for illegal immigrants?
This is tricky, because this will also hurt businesses as well.
They know. They know. They're like, do we deport all of the brown people? Well, I mean, it's a tricky question because it's going to hurt a lot of businesses. Like that's the conversation that the right is having right now.
They should focus on the troubles first and work their way to work sites. This gives...
Then work their way over to the work sites.
people to get their affairs together.
Give time to the business owners to like replace their employees who aren't immigrants or who are immigrants, so that they have, and then like Jesus, literal bot speed. I bet this motherfucker's a bot. Yeah, a lot of the accounts on here on Twitter are bots. Yeah, there's a good chance.
What are you talking about, Dada? Yeah, it will hurt businesses. Why did you vote for the deportation of 30 million people? It's not that.
Well, the only hard part of the question was what it would do to businesses. They know it'll hurt businesses. It's a matter of, are they willing to trade the damage it'll do to businesses for the what they consider benefit of getting rid of immigrants?
Tricky. It is simple. Do not enter this nation illegally. No excuses. Our immigration system has worked just fine since its inception. It needs no reform. It needs absolute enforcement. Agreed, but do we go after those who are not harming others first, or take out the bad first?
Do we go after those who are not harming others first, or take out the bad first? I like how they even admit, do we take out the ones, or do we go after and take out? Those are the terms they use. In reference to the ones that are not harming others, they leave them, but then they come after them later. They're literally open about what they plan to do. So basically, Twitter has become a Nazi cesspool. Like, this is the site now. It's just a Nazi cesspool. Like, the most reasonable takes you'll hear are about what rate at which we should, like, annihilate and murder all the brown people. Like, should we start with the bad ones that are doing crimes and then get to the good people who are brown? Or do we just do it all encompassing, just like, indiscriminately? Or very discriminately, but indiscriminately. That is the conversation that they're having. Genuine insanity. Absolutely batshit. If you're wondering why people are leaving Twitter, it's because you have to be like those people to get anywhere on the platform and to enjoy it now. And most people are still not like that. And so, Twitter's dying. And it's going to continue to die. And I don't think there's any saving it now. I don't think Elon could go back on any of these changes and bring people back. I think it's cooked. Truly, well and truly, rest in peace to Twitter. It's never coming back. Long live blue sky, I suppose. Anyway, if you enjoyed this segment, if you found it entertaining, educational, or enjoyable, then please consider leaving a like, subscribe and ring the bell icon if you haven't already, and comment down below if you want to, help the channel out in the algorithm, help boost it, tell YouTube you want YouTube to show my stuff to more people and get it in front of new viewers. You can also follow my social medias, linked down below if you want to see more from me, especially joining my Discord and following my Blue Sky. We do events once a week in my Discord, so make sure you join so you can do like a watch party with me or anything like that. Cool stuff goes down there. And of course, make sure to remember that if you want to support me directly, if you can afford it and you feel like it, you can always do so by donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or supporting me financially through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, Patreon, or buying merch to the Streamlabs link down below. Regardless of how you support me, though, thank you so much for watching, and as always, I hope you have a good one. Nice, guys. How'd you guys like that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good. Check that off. Good seggy. Based. Glory to blue sky. Glory to blue sky. One sec, chat. I want to bring up a crazy-ass topic. All right. Oh, I do need to update the dono goal. You're not wrong. We are close. We are close to $100. I won't lie. Y'all who are donating, so I unbutton one button down on my flannel. You're getting real close. Y'all are gonna get the goon. All right, guys. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Oh man, wait, is Joe Rogan on the raw milk fad too?
People live on...
He would be. He would be on this raw milk fad. I'll explain in a second. Let's watch this clip.
Farms have been drinking raw milk since the beginning of time. It's normal and healthy. It tastes better. It's way easier for you to...
It does not taste better, I guarantee it, dude. I've known people on farms, they say that the milk has, like, pus in it, and it's warm when it comes out. It's got, like, bits of blood in it, too, more often than not. Like, raw milk is not appetizing. What? It does not taste better, bro. That has gotta be capped.
To digest. But I've definitely bought it.
But I don't hear the French dying in droves either.
They seem to be healthy as fuck, and they're not as fat. People live on farms.
So yeah, Joe Rogan, of course, is one of the pro raw milk movement people. If you look up drinking raw milk on YouTube, I thought that there would be a bunch of news articles talking about it, but what comes up first, because it gets far more views, are all the Dude Bro podcast clips with titles like "The Benefits of Drinking Raw Milk." Now, if you guys don't know, raw milk is unpasteurized, meaning it has not been disinfected or sterilized, and it's not been skimmed and made clean and like completely sterile for consumption, right? There are no real benefits to drinking raw milk over pasteurized milk. Any that you could always get by supplementing yourself in other ways. What's so weird to me is how much people like Joe Rogan take supplements and whatnot to like help reach their macros and improve their nutrition, which is fine. Supplements are okay. Like taking a vitamin supplement is okay. Taking like a supplement for anything you might be short in or that you might be trying to get more of in your body that you can't get from food is fine. It's completely normal. Doctors are like fully back that kind of thing. But the idea that they would then say, when these are already supplement junkies, that you need to start drinking raw milk because of its health benefits, it's like, what does it have going for it that you can't get from like a vitamin supplement? Like, I don't get it. Regardless, though, people are poisoning themselves a lot with this raw milk. Recently, there was a batch of it in California discovered with bird flu in it. So that's pretty cool. And this raw milk thing is getting to be an even bigger fad with the right day by day. And it's just one of those situations where all I can do is sit back and laugh. Like, why even try to convince them not to poison themselves by drinking raw milk? Why would I put in any effort into trying to improve the health of these people? Anyway, as you can see, people have been drinking less milk every decade, it seems, and which is probably not a good thing, actually. I drank a lot of milk growing up. Like, I always loved having cereal and milk or getting, like, a carton of milk at the school or whatever. I've always liked just normal-ass milk, so I've always had plenty of calcium in my body. I feel like drinking this much less cannot be good for you, right? Like kids drinking less milk has to be bad for development. Like, you gotta have some. Like, it's good for you. Like, milk in general, like, just milk is good for you. Unless you're lactose intolerant, in which case, I guess you'd be fucked. Thank God I am not lactose intolerant. I love me some dairy.
There may not be a use in crying over spilled milk, but you have no idea the debate's taking place right now over raw milk.
It's one of those professions where there aren't a lot of vacation days. Weekends really are no different than weekdays.
Susan Young's work starts early and ends late. Even later now that
Those
her
are
small
goats.
little farm has got a new product on the market. This summer, her home state, Iowa, joined more than 30 others that allow producers to now sell consumers dairy products, including milk, unpasteurized. That's raw.
What? On-farm sales makes sense, okay? You'll notice that, like, the red states don't... It's not even a red or blue state thing. Like, you'll notice that, like, Georgia... Like, all these states that have loads of cows, Georgia has a ton, Mississippi has a ton, Arkansas has a good amount of cows, Texas certainly does. Like, these are all states with a fuckload of cows. The ones with all the dairies have on-farm sales legal. I think it's fine. If you want to go to a fucking dairy farm and go buy raw milk, that seems reasonable. But to make it available for retail sale. Like, it could just be on the shelf next to the normal milk and you could accidentally buy raw milk. Like, let's be real. Zoomers are fucking stupid. Okay, if they see cheaper milk available and it's the raw stuff, they'll buy it and they won't read the label. All right? Like, I feel like this is not a smart way to go about providing it. Washington is safe? No, it's not. No, retail sales are legal in Washington. Washington, Oregon, and California. And in California, they just found a batch of raw milk with bird flu in it.
Milk.
That provides a whole new income stream for our farm.
Let's go back to middle school for a quick refresher on pasteurization. It's a centuries-old process that heats up milk to kill off bacteria like Salmonella, Listeria, or E. coli, then cools it back down.
The warming of attitudes toward raw, unpasteurized milk appears to be fueled by a post-COVID trend of seeking out more natural products, as well as TikTokers urging...
For those that don't know, a lot of people got long COVID and it fucked their bodies, much like it did mine. And those people, a lot of them COVID deniers, were desperately trying to figure out what was wrong with them and started going on insane health kicks to try to solve their long COVID symptoms. Because long COVID can manifest in countless ways, from ME/CFS, which is a chronic fatigue syndrome, to that and many other symptoms. Many can go from long COVID can fuck up your digestion. It can cause constant nausea, body aches. It can just make you feel like total garbage all the time. And so with millions, tens of millions of Americans getting long COVID, tens of millions of Americans didn't understand what was happening to their body after they got better and started searching out like bogus health advice in desperation to reclaim their health. This was to a degree. I didn't go into like bogus bullshit health stuff, but I will say the long COVID symptoms were so bad for me. I spent hours and hours a day just searching through like Reddit threads about things that could possibly help. And the only thing that can help is time. Like you just have to hope it gets better with time. Because your body's fucked after you get COVID. If you get long COVID, you're just, for a few years, you're hard fucked. Like you're between a rock and a hard place. And I think a lot of people started seeking out these bogus like alternative medicine things after they got long COVID. I think millions of Americans had their lifestyles fucked by long COVID, didn't realize what had happened to them, and started thinking that like, oh, I need to do some lifestyle changes to go back to normal or something, because it's not a coincidence that this spiked after COVID. And of course, people being inside and online all day is probably playing a big part too. You know, just on TikTok all day, getting bullshit like health advice.
Consumers to choose raw.
Let's discuss the fact that the FDA says this is dangerous.
Raw milk activists like Sally Fallon Morell say raw milk has more nutrients.
I love how they're all anti-FDA. Well, these are the people who won. They won. They're getting their way. There's not going to be any pasteurized milk available anymore.
Raw milk is nature's perfect food, and we have the technology today to produce very safe raw milk and get it.
But why she look like an ogre from fucking WoW? Like, I don't trust a word she says.
To every child who needs it in this country.
Okay, instant fact check. Yes, food safety in America has come a long way in the last 120 years, and the risk of consuming raw milk is low, especially for the average American. But for young children, seniors, or pregnant women, those risks are higher and potentially deadly.
Or anybody who is as immunely compromised as them. You know, like, for example, anyone with lupus or an immune disease. How many people in America have immune diseases? Oh, a fucking fuckload? I didn't realize. Yeah, a lot of people in America have immune diseases. I'm pretty sure they shouldn't be drinking raw milk.
So the raw milk debate comes down to, do the benefits outweigh the risks? And most epidemiologists, researchers, and pediatricians agree that there just aren't really any benefits at all to drinking raw, unpasteurized milk. So no, they say the risks aren't worth it.
The bulk of the data demonstrates that pasteurized milk is very healthy and easily digestible and leads to good health outcomes.
Take it from a family with a raw milk nightmare story.
It was, hell is putting it mildly.
Mary McGonigal Martin was trying to find healthier food for her 7-year-old.
The way she described hell sounds like they were shitting their brains out. They got salmonella or E. coli, didn't they?
Son Chris. Internet research led her to raw milk. 3 weeks later, Chris was on a ventilator, undergoing kidney dialysis, and had developed pancreatitis. She says it was E. coli from the milk, and it led to 2 hellish months.
Well, I was right about what did it, but yeah. It would have been a lot funnier if the whole family was just shitting their brains out for 2 days, but... Oh. Oh, they're killing their kids. Many such cases.
In the hospital. Chris survived, somehow miraculously, according to his mother.
Thank God.
But she spent the 17 years since then warning the world about foodborne illnesses.
Here's the thing about raw milk, or just like driving a car and wearing your seatbelt. I could drive my car for a long time and not be in an accident. The same with raw milk. Raw milk is great until it has a pathogen in it.
But in an era where soy,
very good way of putting it,
almond and other dairy alternatives eat away at traditional milk's market share, Americans now drinking about 50% less milk than they did in the 70s, many consumers and farmers are glad raw milk is an option again.
Noah Pransky is joining us now. It is just so interesting, Noah, because as you point out, there are states who are moving towards the legalization of selling this. Talk about the demand. I mean, you mentioned there are some like influencers, et cetera, who are sort of saying, hey, raw milk's great. Is it a trend? Is it a fad? Or is there some sense from the experts you're talking to that this could last?
It's an internet trend. Being pushed by big podcasters.
There definitely seems to be a movement. You see young people who see it online. You see liberals who are maybe more likely to want natural foods. And you see it also with libertarians who are more likely to say, get government out of regulation. We would just want the choice. And that's what a lot of farmers...
It's the hippies and the conservatives. Obviously, you've got the hippies. You know, your essential oils ladies that are doing the whole raw milk thing, too. It's not just conservatives.
We spoke to said they aren't getting into the health debates. They just are happy that the regulation is coming down.
Oh yeah, the dairy farmers are just happy the regulation is going down and they're making more money. Oh, look at those fingernails, dude. Aren't you excited to drink that unpasteurized milk that's been like caught in a cup? The stream's been caught in a cup by a guy with fingernails that look like this. Dude, are you excited to drink that? Because some dude's gonna drink that shit and this milk's never getting boiled. Oh, dude, these people are poisoning themselves. It's so funny. They couldn't find a photo of a guy who had clean fingernails and clean fingers. Like, look how dirty his hands are. Holy shit. That's a Frodo hand. My God.
In a lot of states, you know, more than 30 now across the country, and they say that consumers should have a choice. Consumers can do the research, they can do the choice. The last message from the epidemiologist and pediatrician we spoke to, she said TikTok is great for beauty tips, not so great for health tips.
Real. Yeah, guys, they're poisoning themselves with the raw milk. It's really funny. I need you guys to understand, we don't fight them on this. Let them poison themselves. Don't correct them. Do not interrupt your enemy while they destroy themselves. Let's just sit back and watch them get E. coli, guys. Like I need you to know, every time you hear a story about someone getting hospitalized because they drank raw milk, you know where their politics were. You know what kind of person they were. They're a Joe Rogan fan. They're a conservative. They voted for Trump, guaranteed. Do not shed a tear for anyone who goes to the hospital due to an E. coli infection because they decided they were going to own the libs by drinking raw milk. Let them take the L. Do not interrupt them as they destroy themselves. Anyway, guys, if you enjoyed this segment, if you thought it was good, entertaining, educational, any of the above, frankly, then please consider leaving a like, a comment, and perhaps even subscribing and ringing the bell icon to turn on all notifications so that YouTube actually tells you when I go live or upload a new video on my channel. You can follow my social medias linked down below as well if you want to see more from me on other platforms like Blue Sky and my Discord server, of course. And finally, if you want to support me directly, help me keep the lights on, a roof above my head here at the Xander Hall studio, then please consider donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or supporting me financially through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, Patreon, or buying merch if you feel like it through the Xander Hall merch link through Streamlabs, link down below. Excuse me, I had to burp. With all that said, though, regardless of how you supported me, even if you were just silently lurking in chat today, thank you so much for being here and being so kind. And I do very much hope to see you again. And as always, have a good one. How'd you guys like that segment? I feel like it came out really good. Let me mark that one off. Yoink. There we go. I haven't been here since July, but good segment. Hell yeah. I hope you guys are liking the stream. Really quickly, let me title and upload some of these segments really fast, and then I need to use the restroom. Which segment is this? Ah. Urgent. Parentheses. I have a good title. I can't wait for MAGA to find out what tariffs are. Oh, even better, MAGA is going to find out what tariffs are. That's a good title. MAGA is going to find out what tariffs are. I feel is a really good title for that tariff segment. Then the next one is the why stop being anti-woke one. Why is anti-wokeness starting to die? Okay, next segment title. The Twitter one. Urgent. What's a good title for this Twitter one? This is why everyone left Elon's Twitter. Before getting banned. For those who don't know, I'm putting stuff in parentheses too, so my editor has more info for the thumbnail. And then here's the raw milk one. Rename. Urgent. They are drinking poison milk to own the libs. Simple. Actually, there. We should use there just to reduce the amount of letters used. Make it a little shorter. They're drinking poison milk to own the libs. I'll add. Raw milk trend. There we go. Upload these. And they're on their way. Twitter has died. Billions must migrate, indeed. Xander Hall, I have started using your Discord stream suggestions channel to find ideas for what content I want to cover, since I want to do punditry and hopefully be consumed by your organization when that eventually happens. I hope that's okay, by the way. My main goal is to be consumed by you. I appreciate it. One thing I recommend is you do want to make your own Discord, especially as you start to gain fans. You want to make your own Discord and have a section for people to add topics to, because your fan base will have specific things they want you to cover, and having that kind of input is valuable. So I highly recommend it. Twitter died before we got GTA 6. True. I have my own Discord. Don't worry, Zan. All good, all good. All right, guys. I will be right back. I'm going to use the restroom. Xander Hall, the door behind you is open. I'm aware. I forgot to close it. I'm going to go use the restroom really quick. I will be right back. My bladder do be full. And then I've got one more topic left for us today before we wrap things up and call it a night. I got some stuff I have to do after stream, but tomorrow, after segments, after our segments, we're going to be doing gaming. We're going to be trying to finish up Subnautica. We're trying to get as much progress completed in Subnautica as possible. That would be ideal. But until then, I will be right back. Don't go anywhere. I'm going to use the restroom. I got some more stuff to talk about when I get back. BRB! Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. Ba-num. Ba-num. Ba-nun. Da-nun. 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 I'm back. How's everybody doing? Good to see all of you. I've returned. Hello, hello. Doing good? Good to see that. Love to hear it. Good, good, good. Nice memes. Did I get pinged in my Discord for no reason? Who pinged me? Who did it? Who did it? Who did it? Who's dying? Who's getting banned? Who dies? Oh, it's Redux. That's fine. No, that's fine. That's all good. Alright. Xander Hall, as your fellow researcher, why do you not follow me on Blue Sky? Do I not follow you on Blue Sky? I'm still getting used to the site. I still gotta see who all my big repliers are and who I need to follow and everything. I'm still figuring it out, okay? All good, all good. Alright, real fast. Let me bring up the next segment, because I got one more for us to do today before I wrap things up.
YouTube is an ever...
All right. This is gonna be a good one, guys. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Today is a sad day for neckbeards who like to play with swords. Not that there's anything wrong with that, to be honest. Being a neckbeard who plays with swords is honestly an admirable thing, and I know many neckbeards who play with swords who lay pipe like no one else's business, frankly. However, the ones who are also weird Mormon anti-woke chuds are also not the ones that I'm referring to laying mad pipe. The guys who I'm referring to, who do not lay mad pipe, are guys like Shadiversity. This guy here. Now, let me bring up his YouTube channel. I'm actually still subbed to him from back when he used to do good content. That's crazy. Well, Shadiversity used to make really cool content. He still sometimes does, like, content that's about, like, swords and fighting and medieval shit, but he started doing a lot of anti-woke stuff on the side, and on top of that, his channel is not doing as well as it once did. I mean, it's doing great. This is really good performance for a YouTube channel, period. Like, getting 28, 44, 31, 63,000 views, that's not bad. I mean, granted, I don't have 1.6 million subs, but if I was pulling this viewership consistently, I'd be quite happy with that. I guess I kind of am, actually. These are close to my numbers. But regardless, I will say that overall, YouTube has gotten more rough these days. The algorithm changes constantly. It oftentimes has bumps where there's, like, clearly some kind of bug going on, and you have to just push through it until the algorithm starts being nice to you again. And when people talk about the algorithm, like, as YouTubers, they usually mean, like, how many impressions are videos getting? And apparently, not a lot in the case of Shadiversity, because he's made a video called "I'm Close to Giving Up. Proof the algorithm is determined to kill the channel." Apparently, our favorite anti-woke sword man, Shadiversity, is starting to reach the end of his hilt, so to say. The end of his blade. It seems the YouTube algorithm is done with him. It's killing off his channel. Well, let's find out why. I've actually covered a video related to this months ago, but apparently now it's gotten worse, which I must say, for someone as shitty as him, it's funny. It is quite funny.
YouTube is an ever-changing platform, and if you've seen any of the other update-related videos on Shadiversity, you're probably aware that we have really been struggling, and unfortunately, it's only been getting worse, to the point now where it is very much an adapt or die situation. In spite of the channel having a higher click-through rate and other really good metrics, average viewer watch time really high, likes, and also conversion from recommendations, we have been receiving some of the lowest impressions, which are the recommendations YouTube gives, the lowest impressions we have had since impressions were recorded in.
He's actually not wrong here. The data, I recognize the charts he's showing, and he's actually not bullshitting. Like, as much as we're making fun of him because his channel is tanking, he's not losing the impressions due to any fault of his own. He's actually doing a lot of things, if not everything, right when it comes to YouTube. It seems like he really started complaining about it, like, around here, if I remember right, like, that his channel was getting fucked, but around, like, July, or not July, around, like, October, November this year, a bunch of channels experienced this, where, like, impressions dropped non-concordantly with click-through rate. For those who don't know, there's two valuable stats when it comes to YouTube. Impressions and click-through rate, all right? Now, an impression on YouTube is, let's say you upload a YouTube video, right? An impression is when someone sees the video on YouTube. It could be in their subfeed, recommended to them, on the sidebar, after a video ends when, like, a bunch of video recommendations pop up. Anything where someone sees the video and has the opportunity to click on it is an impression. The amount of impressions you get is a function of the cap of how many views your video could get. Your CTR, or click-through rate, as he mentioned before, is the percentage of people who saw your video in the form of an impression, who then clicked and watched it. When you first upload a video, YouTube will send impressions out to a group of people, to the most likely people to watch your video, your subs. And based on the rate at which those people click the video when they get the impression, the video will perform well or poorly pretty much for the rest of its existence. If the video comes out and it, say, has like a 12% click-through rate, meaning like 12% of people who see the video recommended click on it, that video is going to do really well for a variety of reasons. One, it means that the video is obviously getting clicked on by a high percentage of people who ever see it, and that's immediately going to increase views on a video. The other is YouTube's algorithm is trained to give more impressions to similar audiences that have the highest click-through rate on your video. When you upload a video, and it's on a video-by-video basis, not a channel basis, when you upload a video, YouTube's algorithm tries to find the audience that is the most likely to click it and view it, because that is in the interest of the YouTuber and YouTube as a platform. And then if they find an audience that's clicking it at a really high rate, they keep showing it to that audience. And generally this means that your impressions are going to go up and up and up, raising the cap of the amount of views you could have because more people have seen the video to click on it. And eventually you might end up with a video that does absurdly well. A good example on my channel is a video I recently released called they want us back on Elon's Twitter, or something like that. It came out a few days ago. It got like 100,000 views or 60,000 views in a day, something like that. And it had like a 9 to 10% average click-through rate, meaning the audience who was getting recommended it was clicking on it at a percent, like 1 in 10 people were clicking the video. That's a really high CTR. And the impressions rose concordantly. I've also had videos that, much like his entire channel, regardless of how high the CTR is, unlike normal, YouTube doesn't start giving you more impressions despite a high CTR. And that's been a bug going on with YouTube for a few months now. I've talked to YouTube creator support and asked about it. It is confirmed a bug. So he's actually not bullshitting us here. Shadiversity is affected right now by an actual algorithm bug, and he did show us the data to prove it there. His CTR is higher than ever, but his impressions are lower than ever too. That can't happen. When the algorithm is working properly, that cannot happen. Something is up, but it's funny that it's happening to Shadiversity.
Really high likes and also conversion from recommendations. We have been receiving some of the lowest impressions, which are the recommendations YouTube gives, the lowest impressions we have had since impressions were recorded.
Most people complaining about the impressions bug, as it's been named, have been dealing with it since around October 15th. It started mid-October, and it's just been going since then. I've had it hit most of my videos, but I get the occasional video that just pops off and doesn't get affected by it. But man, for a channel like him, you can tell from the right side
in your
of this
YouTube
chart.
analytics, so lowest in 6 years. And as you can imagine, that has been apocalyptic for the views, the growth, the revenue. It genuinely feels like the algorithm is determined to kill this channel. Most of our videos have been underperforming because of low recommendations, not low conversion based on those recommendations. And when we actually do get our videos recommended to a level that we've seen before, or just an adequate level, videos do really, really well. Our analytics prove that when our content is recommended to people, they watch it.
The videos that do well, do well. That's the funny thing with the bug, is it's like some weird shit going on, because when it doesn't fuck up, it's like it goes fine. Like the videos pop off, right?
And when that happens, we can have videos do really well. Last month, we had a video over 300,000 views. We've had videos do over 500,000 views.
Oh, yeah.
But those are the rare exceptions. For the most,
my channel's dealing with the same bug. I just upload 3 times a day, so my channel has more opportunities to get a video out where it's not affected by this issue, and the impressions and click-through rate rise concordantly with each other.
The algorithm has just been crushing our videos to the point where they're barely getting seen by our subscribers and basically not at all by new audiences.
So my audience hasn't gone.
Funnily enough, my streams have always been like this. Most of my streams, the vast majority of, not the vast majority, but a lot of chatters say, oh yeah, I never got told by YouTube you were live. I'm only here because the Discord notification. It's like, yeah, my streams just don't get recommended by YouTube. It's as simple as. Some channels just get tons of impressions on their stuff. Some don't. My videos get a lot of impressions. My streams do not. So my streams will probably never perform as well as my videos, but that's just how it is. YouTube is a fickle bitch.
On anywhere, or been driven off, or been alienated, or become less interested in my videos. If that had happened, it would have been impossible to get the 100.
I will say, it is hysterical how the guy who put himself on the chopping block arguing in favor of AI art is now being fucked over by AI. That is very funny. And it's most likely my buddy Ethan, my editor's theory of what's fucking up the YouTube algorithm right now is that, for those who don't know, the algorithm is trained off of the viewing behaviors of users. And so what YouTube's algorithm is doing is analyzing the behavior of accounts, like viewer accounts, seeing what kind of content they tend to like, what similarities in their interests tend to form among certain demographics and audiences, and that's how they determine an audience that can be shown a certain type of content. My editor's theory is that so many AI accounts exist on YouTube now that are watching videos and commenting like the porn bots type thing and are commenting on videos, that the algorithm is now being trained off of the unusual and completely random behavior of the AI bots that comment like porn shit in the replies of every new post. And the algorithm is now behaving after being trained by bots. And that's why it's so fucked up right now. That is the theory my editor has, is that the bots on YouTube are breaking the algorithm by training them based off of completely non-human behavior for viewers. And that actually sounds pretty real to me. That could be real. That could be what's doing it.
Hundreds of thousands of views in these few videos the algorithm thankfully recommended. The viewership numbers from these videos prove my audience is still here. What's actually happening is that the algorithm is literally hiding most of my videos from the people who like to watch them, and when views are low on my videos, it's always due to really low impressions. Not that the algorithm...
Yeah, what he probably, if he clicks on the impressions click-through rate, what I'm gonna guess you see is a similar chart to this one right here. Where at first, on the first day, your impressions will be upward, or your click-through rate will be upwards of like 8 to 10%. I'm assuming for a channel like this, same for mine. But then as days go by, the click-through rate drops down to like a fraction of what it was. What this tells me is that right away, YouTube's recommending the video to the right audience, but then by day 2, they're recommending it to a different audience. One that's not interested in clicking on the video, which drops the click-through rate, which drops the impressions further and further and further, because YouTube's algorithm just suddenly stopped showing the video to an audience that's interested, which caused a rise, a trend upward, and instantly overnight it causes a trend downward. This is not organic, by the way. Like, I'm not here to dunk on him and say, oh, you're just complaining. Like, no, he's right. He's actually complaining about a real problem, but it is very funny it's happening to him. Because, he makes a lot of anti-woke garbage content.
Algorithm sent out heaps of impressions and very few people in my audience desired to watch, which would be the case if most of my audience disappeared or are less interested in my videos. What's actually happening is that the algorithm is literally hiding most of my videos from the people who like to watch them, and who might like to watch but haven't seen my content before. The algorithm is rarely promoting my videos to new viewers, as proven by my suppressed recommendations. My audience is...
Oh yeah, the problem really started around the time that YouTube implemented the 3-minute shorts update, yeah, which was a broken update. Like, they couldn't make 3-minute shorts work. And so they've been trying to get them working since that update, and I don't know if we have 3-minute shorts yet, but, like, I'm guessing whatever problem we're facing with, like, impressions, it's not going away until YouTube gets 3-minute shorts working, because, like, their failure to do that broken update is exactly when this problem started.
Still here, but it seems
not for
like
him necessarily, because his channel's been on the downtrend for a while, but like for a lot of YouTubers that have complained about the recent bug, like I think this is probably where he's experienced it. Like it hit his already dying channel. It's probably what got him.
YouTube does not want them to watch my content, and here is a profound example.
The example is from the video last month, the Fortune Fire, safety video. 300,000 views, effectively. We got those 300,000 views for the fact that the video got 4.5 million impressions. And so an impression is whenever you see the video, if you see a video recommended on the side tab or on the home thing, those are all impressions, and that is what drives viewership. The more impressions, the more views you get, dependent on the conversion rate. How many impressions does it take to get a view? Well, on the Fortune Fire video, based on 300,000 views for 4.5 million impressions, that is 1 view for every 15 impressions. Now, contrast that with our more recent video, Fight Scene, the Shadiversity short film. One of the best, if not the best video we've ever made on the channel, and the algorithm has just buried...
Nah, I'm sorry, man. You can't say this video didn't do well because of that. I'm sure it's a good video, but your audience is probably not interested in a video where you're, like, having a sword fight. Like, I'm sure they're down to watch, like, your breakdowns of popular media where you're already... Because he's got to remember, to a degree, his content that does best is him talking about stuff that's already popular. Like, it is, like, a video that's all just, you have to be a fan of Shadiversity to find it enjoyable. Like, that's people are obviously not going to watch that kind of thing. But a video that's talking about a really topical piece of media, like breaking down the swords fighting choreography in Baldur's Gate 3, like a week after Baldur's Gate 3 comes out, that video is going to get 1 million views easy because it's his niche and on a topic that's really popular related to his niche. So that's obviously going to do well, but this isn't going to do well no matter what. He should have used a better example, like one where he's talking about a popular show and like the fight scene in it, and it didn't do well like most of his others would do. This is not a good point of comparison, because this would get less views.
Read it. How do I know this? Direct analytical proof.
At the time of recording this video, our fight scene video, in the first 7 days from its upload, received 642,000 impressions, with 50,000 views as a result, and a higher click-through rate than the Forged in Fire video. The conversion between impressions and views on the fight scene video is 1 view for every 13 impressions. By all the meaningful
really
metrics,
good.
the fight scene video is a higher performing video than the Forged in Fire one. People click on it more often with fewer impressions needed to get a view.
But one thing he's forgetting is that's not entirely how YouTube works. Yes, this video is getting more views for less impressions, which is great. That's a higher CTR. But it's not, whatever audience YouTube has decided to show it to is smaller. That's why you had a cap on your impressions and they leveled out. And so YouTube may have showed it to an audience that found it interesting, but it was a small audience of people. Well, this video might have been seen by an audience that found it less interesting, but it was a slightly larger audience of people. So it got more impressions, and more impressions, even at a slightly smaller CTR, equals more views in the end, in the long run, right? That's just how it works. That's just how the YouTube algorithm works. It's fucky. There's bugs going on. There's fuckiness. But he's also fundamentally misunderstanding the algorithm in some ways. And I like this segment because A, we get to make fun of Shadiversity for his anti-woke content failing, but we also get to analyze the YouTube algorithm. And I actually think the left should understand the algorithms of these large platforms, because that is what the right is using, is their very good understanding of these algorithms to succeed and reach large audiences of people. We need to understand this stuff too. So if I can tell what knowledge I know of it to you guys, then maybe you can use it too.
This is exactly the same with my recently released video on the whipsword. 377,000 impressions with 29,000 views. That is 1 view for every 13 impressions. Once again, better than my Forged in Fire video, but it is not getting recommended nearly as much. If my fight scene video or my whipsword video were to have received...
It's that same, like jump upwards and then a quick decay downwards. The videos that my videos that get affected by this have the same thing happen, and it's super unusual. Like, as someone who's done YouTube since 2019, and this guy who's done YouTube since way before me, because I watched him when I was in middle school, I think, this is unusual. Like, this isn't supposed to happen, like, at all. Like in this brief of a time too, this is like super weird.
The same amount of impressions as my Forged in Fire video over their first week for being uploaded, meaning they received the same amount of impressions over that first week as my Forged in Fire video did. Based on their conversion rate of 1 view for every 13 impressions, those 2 videos both would have received...
I've basically just chalked up the issue to being AI. You just got to adapt to the fact that AI is like poisoning algorithms into not understanding human behavior anymore. It's just, this is the guy who is super pro AI. This is what AI does to other AI. They start training off of each other poorly.
192,000 views. 20,000 more views for the same amount of impressions as was given our Forged in Fire video. So the question is, why is YouTube not pushing those videos that would receive higher views for fewer impressions? Literally the videos that the YouTube audience wants to watch more than other videos that it gives even more impressions to, but results in...
Don't come up with some narrative about how you're being censored. There are literally thousands of channels being affected by this right now. You can go to the YouTube or the r/YouTubers subreddit and find like 12 posts in 5 minutes of people talking about it and posting their stats that are identical to yours. It's not a you problem. It's a lot of YouTubers problem.
Lesser views. YouTube is literally prioritizing videos that the YouTube audience is less interested to click on. And it's not retention. On average, people watch 41.7% of the whole video. But compared to my whipsword video, my audience on average watched 46.9% of that video. And the average viewer watched 56.12% of my fight scene video. Both of those videos have a higher engagement and retention percent based on their length. But
it's really weird when you get a video that goes up in YouTube Studio and you see green upward arrows on every stat except views. Like the CTR is high, the watch time is high, the engagement is high. Like every stat is higher than normal, but the views are down. Like, that shit is so weird, and that is basically the face of the bug that's been happening on YouTube. So he's not wrong. Like, he probably saw every single metric up with a green arrow on these videos besides views and was like, what? It's super odd. YouTube isn't supposed to do this, but I don't know if it's just how they're doing things now or if it's the Shorts update that broke things, but I hope he's not going to try to create some conspiracy about how YouTube's against him.
YouTube has chosen to bury those videos, as is the case with most of my recent content. If they were just recommended to my audience, just the people that want to see it, they would watch the videos even more than those videos that YouTube is trying to push in its place.
But YouTube isn't seemingly interested in pushing videos that audiences like, that they interact with, that they want to see, but they have a different algorithmic bias where it is pushing things based on an arbitrary set of standards that I cannot fathom. For some reason, there was something in our Forge and Fire video that gave the algorithm the desire to push it, and when it got pushed, of course we get views, but we literally...
No, I don't think it was anything about these videos that did that were good. I think it's that, nor was it anything about the other videos that were bad. I think it's genuine luck. I've noticed that I can tell he hasn't spent as much time looking at the stats, because something I noticed is that it happens in 12-hour increments, where if you upload a video, let's say at 6 a.m., up until 6 p.m., the video pops off. Like, even if it's unaffected by the bug, the video pops off till 6 p.m., and at exactly the 12-hour mark, the CTR plummets, and the impressions flatline. I've noticed that consistently. There are blocks of 12-hour periods where all your videos get more impressions and a higher CTR, and then another 24 to 48-hour period begins where all the things you upload and everything you have uploaded goes back to flatlining. I wonder if he's noticed it too, because I've seen that he's got those 24-hour like 12-hour, long spikes on his graph as well. I'm wondering if he's also noticed that there are time frames, random time frames, where YouTube is like, your stuff's gonna do well, and you've got 12 hours if you post at the start of that time frame before YouTube flatlines your shit. So you've got 12 hours to let your video pop off if you get lucky and you upload it at the very beginning of that 12-hour period. I've noticed it in my stats.
Actually have videos that are twice as popular. Everything is huge on that video except impressions. It has been crushed. And that's what we've been facing for most of our content, except for the random ones in which the algorithm decides it'll...
The only solution, realistically, is you just gotta upload more. Like, YouTube will do this. They'll do this, like, all the time. And they sometimes will never fix it. They may never fix this. The only way to adapt is upload more. And that's what YouTube wants. YouTube wants you to upload, ideally, multiple times a day, every day, without any days off. That is what YouTube would like you to do.
Promote it. So multiple people from YouTube have said that if you have a video that your audience likes that has a good click-through rate, good retention, and high watch time, will make the YouTube algorithm recommend that video more to new audiences. I can confirm 100% that that is not the case for this channel. We literally have videos that are performing better in...
Dude, it's not specific to your channel. There are thousands of channels experiencing this problem right now, dude.
Every single metric, but get lower recommendations than others. Unfortunately, for my situation, it is simply not the quality of the video or how much my audience likes or even wants to watch it that determines if YouTube is even willing to recommend it to my own audience, let alone finding new people. Subscriber growth this whole year has been completely dead on the channel. YouTube has been barely showing my content to new viewers this entire year.
I do not know why the algorithm is seemingly trying to kill off this channel. YouTube has been explicit about the fact that they rank videos according to a quality metric which determines how many recommendations they get. The former CEO, Susan Wojcicki, said, we began to identify content that we called borderline content, that if users were repeatedly engaging with this borderline content...
The current CEO has been the CEO for 2 years now. I'm pretty sure whatever was going on when Susan Wojcicki, who's now dead, died of breast cancer, put in place, I'm pretty sure long gone. Like, the algorithm changes daily.
We will show them other content alongside that we've ranked as more high-quality content. That is the CEO, former CEO of YouTube, saying explicitly that YouTube ranks content according to quality, which determines what they push. And they push the content they consider of higher quality. YouTube has also repeatedly said that they push authoritative sources. And It is clear that something here on Shadiversity has put us under the algorithmic boot of suppression. I don't know.
This is just, no, it hasn't. No, this is completely normal. Like not normal. I shouldn't say it's actually not normal at all. But it's actually not just him. There are thousands of channels now that have been complaining about this since mid-October, the same day everyone reports they had the same problem. And if you look at my channel, you can see the same thing happens. The same fucking thing happens. Obviously, there's videos that are always going to do worse, like me just talking about surviving the cyclone was never going to pop off, and me talking real politics never pops off, so I never really, like, I don't even pay attention when these videos go out. They get to the audience they get to, who cares? I'm talking about things I care about, who cares? But then you've got the videos that do well, right? Like this one, MAGA voters are losing millions. It's a good video, so it was probably always going to do well. But, like, if I go to analytics and I compare it to what Shadiversity is reporting, it's the same deal, right? Like if I put on, how about the Andrew Tate video? This one did well, but it also had, under reach. Yep, see that? See what I was talking about, guys? You get the same fucking thing happens that he describes. You go to the CTR, and you can see that it starts out on the first day at like 8.5%, and then it drops down because after a day, now it's been a day and 9 hours, after the first day, it stops recommending the video to an audience that's interested. So that video's dead. I consider that video dead. It's time to move on to the next one. That's just how YouTube has been for the last few months. Some of your videos pop off and they perform normally, like to show you what a normal one looks like, actually. So you guys know, like, what I mean when I say it's unusual. Let me show you guys a normal performing video. What the reach looks like. Here we go. So you can see here, this one, like, looks a little more normal. You've got the jump, and it has a little bit of a drop, but it just kind of, like, stabilizes out. But for Shadiversity, his kept going down. And so you can see that video is doing really well. This video continues to get impressions and views, and that's a recent one I just put out. But Shadiversity's videos all looked like that recent video, or that, like, the one where it just drops. It's just a nonstop drop of CTR, right? And so it seems like, because it's a video by video thing, not a channel by channel thing, I think that, like, you just gotta upload more, you know? Like, that's, until YouTube fixes this, bro should just upload more. That's my advice.
If it's targeted, I don't know if it's general. And I'm not saying it is necessarily targeted. It could be short content is just being deranked on long-form content, even though it's doing really well in short-form content, but they don't make any money, so there's that. It might not actually be due...
Shorts do make money. What do you mean? Also, no, he's not being targeted. No particular type of content's being targeted. A lot of content across the board is dealing with this problem. It's not like YouTube culling channels they consider, like, bad or something. It's literally just... probably the AI problem on YouTube getting worse.
Due to subject type, could also be that...
Or the botched 3-minute shorts update. It's almost certainly, because of how overnight the problem was and the date lineup, it was probably the busted-ass 3-minute shorts update that, like, they failed to actually push through, but they kind of pushed through, and that almost certainly, like, garbled the programming behind the scenes. That's my theory. Ethan theorizes it's the algorithm being trained off of AI bots.
The algorithm has changed to always prioritize newer content over older content. Our viewership of our backlog content is being devastated. We used to get really good views on our backlog content. Now older videos are basically non-existent. And that has been really damaging for the channel as well. And it's also damaging for a channel that focuses on higher production value content that takes longer to film.
I will say, while dealing with this bug that's killing other channels, my channel has grown and experienced a peak. Like, its peak. Like, my channel is currently in its lifetime peak in terms of views, sub growth, every metric, period. And that's literally all just because me and Ethan have been so dedicated to keeping our noses to the grindstone with uploads every time on time. Like, we missed a few in the recent days because I got sick, but unless I'm sick, I'm like, I'm here. I'm getting my segments out. I'm getting the videos out. And it's doing well. And so I'm like, all I can think is, man, if or when YouTube fixes this issue, I cannot wait to see what the channel is capable of when, like, the channel's not like Eren Yeager with the broken ODM gear. fucking up in training. I'm excited to see what we're truly capable of once they deal with this 3-minute shorts update or whatever is going on. But it's crazy to think, like, my channel's in its peak while dealing with a bug that is killing channels with over 1 million subs. It's like, wow, you know?
Which means we get videos out less frequently, and having less recent videos in the algorithm, less recommendations, and that could also be what's killing the channel. Shorts have been devastating. We have a lot of inactive subscribers because when we were doing shorts, we got about 400,000 subscribers from those shorts who don't watch long-form content. And so what is probably more likely, this is a compounding issue of multiple things.
Oh, he doesn't know. Every single form of content on YouTube has a completely different algorithm managing it. People on YouTube, maybe this is like an old YouTube thing that old school YouTubers haven't gotten over, but your channel does not matter. It doesn't. Your YouTube channel does not matter. You with 0 subscribers could upload a video tomorrow with the right topic, title, and thumbnail to get 1 million or 2 or 5 million views and blow up to like hundreds of thousands of subs in a few days. Any channel could do this today or tomorrow, or just like blow up overnight like that. YouTube measures videos and like promotes videos on a like individual basis. Not like channels. Like your channel doesn't get like shadow banned, your channel doesn't get like suppressed or whatever. It's specifically yeah. Like it's yeah, I forgot what I was gonna say. Regardless, though, I'm just curious to see if YouTube does fix this at all, because they might not. It might legit just be the new algorithm. That'd be crazy if it was. If we just got to adapt to it now.
That have just combined to devastate this channel. So, as I mentioned, we are in a state of adapt or die, and one of the only things that I think we can try now is, okay, if YouTube is prioritizing recent content, we've got to produce more content, which means restructuring the way that we produce stuff on Shadiversity. We still want to do higher production value things, but it's going to be like maybe 1 a week, maybe fewer, while we focus on content that's still watchable and enjoyable, but is a bit easier for us to produce, so we can approach daily content to hopefully supercharge the algorithm. And good news for you guys, you're going to get heaps of additional Shadiversity content, and a lot of it is really enjoyable and watchable, similar to stuff I did.
All right, I don't care about any of the rest of this, but yeah, he's not wrong. The algorithm is killing channels. Let's read the comments. I'm curious what these people are talking about. I see a lot of people talking about how they just aren't interested anymore. That is not the point of this video. It's not that he's getting promoted and that people aren't interested in checking out the video. It's that his successful videos aren't being promoted. Channels change, viewers change, and algorithms change, which is all normal and natural. What isn't natural is that good videos aren't even given the chance to get promoted to the point where the lesser videos already made it. Yeah, I mean, that comment was fine. Despite being subscribed, I honestly didn't know you still posted videos. Yesterday, I watched my first video of yours in months, but that was only after I intentionally searched out your channel to see if you had anything new. To my shock, you had so many new videos, or at least new to me. I was thinking yesterday, why haven't I been seeing your uploads in my subscription feed? Bruh, don't give up. Talk to your boy Metatron. He seems to have found the tricks of the algorithm. That's a right-wing anti-woke channel, I think. The reason the Forged in Fire video got pushed is because it's drama. It's a video that is critical of something. The algorithm pushes drama and negativity as much as possible. That is true. Am I the only one who still mainly watches videos from the subscription page? My YouTube bookmark takes me straight to subscriptions, and I've never missed a video from any channel I'm interested in. They've hidden the subscriptions tab. I don't even know how to find it these days. I don't even know how to find it anymore. Stop using the home tab, people. Use the subscriber tab if you want your favorite creators to stay afloat. That is true. Where is it? Like, I don't even know. Hold on. Let me go to the YouTube main page. Where's the sub tab? Oh yeah, there it is. It's on the top left. Yeah, honestly, you should check your sub tab like once a day and scroll through it. Just because you should know that YouTube does not tell you when the people you're subbed to have uploaded or gone live or done anything new, unless you specifically seek out the sub tab. Damn, yeah, there's a lot of channels I didn't even know were still active that post here. Holy shit. There's channels here I didn't even remember I was still subbed to. Swamp Dweller, an OG creepypasta channel, uploaded 3 hours ago. Damn, dude. Yeah, a lot of this content I've been subbed to for a long time, and YouTube never shows me these channels. Yeah, damn, dude. Turns out that that YouTube sub box, you gotta click on it and look in there. I check daily. Yeah, I mean, fuck, dude. YouTube's just continuously made it harder to follow the creators you like. I need to start using that thing, because I'll tell you, there are some great content creators that I'll sub to, and I'll watch a few videos from them, and I'll trust that YouTube will keep showing me their content if I sub to them. And that I'll just be able to stay like a casual fan and not have to like remember them and their username, that YouTube will like help me learn of them and remember them just kind of naturally. And lately that's been less trustworthy lately. Like I have to like really let YouTube know I like some content if I want it to regularly show up in my recommended. And sometimes there's like, oh man, lately I've been having to like constantly tell YouTube to stop recommending Hassan clip channels. Oh my god, YouTube really wants me to watch Hassan. There are so many different Hassan clip channels, and they keep getting recommended to me, and I keep having to click on don't show me this content. So at least we know the Hassan clip channels are getting a lot of recommendations right now. Regardless though, I will say, this whole YouTube bug situation has been pretty fucked. I've experienced it. Many other figures in this space have also dealt with it. Or not in this space, just in YouTube, like in general, have also dealt with it. And so, oh geez, my music just got really loud. And so I don't deny what he's talking about, but I think it's really funny it's happening to him. But I do think it's valuable to talk about the algorithm and how it works. Hopefully you guys use some of the knowledge that I've imparted to you to make your own YouTube channels, because I have been on this sort of, this tangent lately about how you guys need to start making content. If you are like, if people tell you you're like charismatic or you speak well, then you're the kind of person that needs to be making content. It's not too hard to start making some videos on your phone, you know, just throw something out there, make something, create, produce something. I would like to see it. I would like it to do well. Anyway, guys, if you enjoyed this video, consider leaving a like, subscribe, ring the bell icon, and comment down below to help it do well in the algorithm. You don't want my channel to end up like Shadiversity's, right? And of course, don't forget to follow my social medias, linked down below in the description if you want to see more from me on other platforms, including my Blue Sky and my Discord server. I'm getting a lot more active on Blue Sky, and Discord is where I, you know, have the majority of my community going down and popping off. And of course, if you wanted to support me directly, financially, you can afford it and you feel like it, consider donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or supporting me financially through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, Patreon, or buying merch through the Streamlabs link down below. Regardless of how you support me, though, I really do appreciate it, and as always, I hope you have a good one regardless, and I hope to see you again. Boom. How'd you guys like that segment? I feel like it came out really good. Let me upload that final segment really fast. Alright. Is YouTube killing right-wing channels? Is going to be the title of that video. I think that video will do really well. I think that title will pop off, assuming the bug doesn't get to it. Regardless, Andrew Zagola, thank you for the $5 super chat. I really appreciate it. Said, I've thought of making another lefty YouTube channel, primarily focused on cooking, since I pride myself as a cook. Any starting advice? You gotta make sure you got a good thumbnail and title. Your video quality itself will improve as you get better at doing it, but you really want to try to get, like, the first thing you need to get good at is good titles and good thumbnails and good SEO, or search engine optimization, meaning like you want to be good with your tags, your keywords, and you want a good description, all that good stuff. Anyway, guys, How do y'all like today's segments? I feel like they came out really good. I feel like we had some good topics to cover. What'd y'all think? You know, guys, I hope I can interest you in perhaps joining me. You see, do any of you guys play video games? Perhaps even World of Warcraft Classic? You see, Blizzard has released a new handful of servers that they are apparently going to make progression servers. Meaning they start with Classic. They are fresh Classic servers. Me and my friends are playing on them. We're making a guild. I am welcoming you guys, my fans, to come join it. But the idea is that they are going to, over the course of a year, progress through all the patches of vanilla, and then advance to Burning Crusade. Over the course of a year, go through all the patches of Burning Crusade, and the next year, they're going to move on to Waddle K. Go through all the patches, then eventually Cataclysm, Pandaria, etc., at least up to Legion, possibly up to modern expansions. This has gotten a ton of my friends who've wanted to try WoW, but we're always like, man, I feel like I missed it, you know? Like, I try to play WoW Modern, but you can't, it doesn't feel right to start as a new player in Modern WoW. Like, it doesn't feel right. I feel like I'm getting into the story towards the end, right? But with Classic, fresh, progressive server launch, or progression server launch, this means that people who missed out on WoW when Vanilla came out can get in on day one and progress a character all the way to modern day. So the current WoW Classic Anniversary servers are straight vanilla. They're straight vanilla, and they're going to progress through the expansions. So you'll be able to take your character that you start now in the first patch of vanilla, if you start one today, and you're going to be able to take them all the way through all the expansions, at least through vanilla to Wrath, most likely all the way to modern day. They're probably doing full-on progression servers. That's what Blizzard has been hinting at with this. So I got a ton of people that are now into it because they've been waiting for something like this to get involved in WoW. I'm obviously welcoming you guys to join. For those that don't know, obviously, the free company in Final Fantasy XIV is still a thing. It's still going. For those that don't know, when I play FF14, I like to play the MSQ in big marathons, so I'm waiting for a few more patches to the end of Dawn Trail. I already finished Dawn Trail, so I'm waiting for a few post-patches. But besides that, obviously I'm not quitting FF14 or stopping that, so if you're in that free company, don't panic. Consider hopping over to WoW and playing it a bit. How much is WoW again? WoW Classic is just $15 a month, straight up. No need to pay anything extra, just have an active sub, you can play WoW Classic, that's all it takes. You just need an active sub, 15 bucks a month. Subscription to play a game is hard to justify to me unless the price is low, but I'm already packed on yearly and monthly subs with my budget. Of course, I understand that. If you can afford it, it's very worth joining. Classic WoW is an experience in gaming and social, like, cohesion in gaming that is very... I don't think anything else has imitated it. I don't think anything else has pulled it off. Do you want to know something crazy? Back in 2019, they released they released Classic WoW because it was the 15-year anniversary of Classic World of Warcraft, and they released Classic WoW, and they put out this like trailer / music video here, and there's a bunch of like celebrity cameos of like streamers and celebrities that play WoW here in this video, and it's such a banger. This shit, I watch it before I play Classic every time. This shit gets me hyped, and it makes me feel really grim to remember this video is 5 years old. This video is now 5 years old. Ouch.
See you guys. I'm gonna play Freebird.
What a banger it is, though.
Everyone, a toast to 15 years of World of Warcraft. We met many years ago upon a dusty road. You, a humble priest, and me, a feeble rogue. We were the weakest of the weak, the lowest of the low. But when we fought together, our legend did grow.
It's Hodor from Game of Thrones.
We battled our way from Blackrock Spire to Molten Core. Took 40 hours for Ragnaros and only wanted more. Our days of being weak are firmly in the past. And now our shields are stronger, our bonds are built to last.
Does Asmund go here? No, Blizzard hates him. Soda Poppin' is, though.
So, whether you're for the Alliance, or if you're for the Horde. It's time to toast to 15 years. Everyone raise your sword. No enemy can defeat us. There's no battle we can't win. When we crunch the numbers, stand together and...
That's him. That's the original Leroy, by the way. That's him. That's the real Leroy Jenkins.
Stand together and... Are you ready to travel a Lazaroth on your own 2 feet? We're going back to a place where anything can kill ya! So polish your shield, sharpen your axe, we're going back to vanilla!
Guys, join me. Join me and my bros on our quest to dominate Vanilla WoW. We are, of course, playing on a PvP server because we're not bitches. And we want to kill other players. We want to kill Alliance players and make them upset. So yeah, I hope to see you guys join. We're on the Night Slayer PvP Anniversary Vanilla server. We're playing Horde. So make yourself a character. And actually, I'll do it tomorrow, because I don't know if... Because Ethan made the Discord server for the WoW Guild. I don't know if he's super... cool with me just putting out the invite link publicly. So I'm going to see if he can set up a system for, like, you join the Discord, you talk somewhere, we find out if you're chill, and then we give you membership to the rest of the server to join, like, VCs and talk in the chats after we verify you. We'll probably do it like that, and I don't know if that system is set up yet, so I don't want to put the link in just yet, but I'm just letting you guys know. We're playing classic vanilla WoW, and we're progressing on these characters with this guild at least until Wrath of the Lich King. If anyone is down for that fucking ride, to vibe out with us and to dominate vanilla World of Warcraft, to absolutely dominate that shit, then you'll want an invite. Hit me up privately, like DM me, if you're super interested. I'll check my DMs later and I might invite some people tonight. But if you don't do that and you're interested, just know you'll be able to join via the link in chat, and no doubt an announcement I'll make in my Discord server to bring people in. Either tomorrow or in the coming days, because I want to get that guild pumped full of people. We're going to be popping off. I'm down. I need to log back into my own account. It's good that I gave you guys some fair warning. We've been playing for quite a bit. I have been doing a lot of gold farming while I was sick. I managed to make like 92 gold, so that's awesome, especially considering I'm level 22. 92 gold at level 22 goes pretty hard in Classic WoW, I will say. Feels fucking good to have that much money. Anyway, guys, Classic's popping off. It's a great time. I hope to see some of you guys join me. And overall, I'm just happy to see you guys join me on today's stream. It's been such a blast. A genuine great time. And I hope that you guys come in and hang out with me tomorrow, as I will be streaming on the morrow. Got a lot of topics to cover. It should be a good time. We will even be playing a bit more Subnautica, trying to finish up that game in preparation for, as you guys know, at 100,000 subs, I promised you guys I'd play my first ever Sonic game on stream. We've already decided it's going to be Sonic Adventure 2. The one that has the one they're adapting for the new Sonic movie, I'm pretty sure. So, it's going to be it's going to be ideal for the Sonic fans, okay? The Sonic fans are going to get what they've always wanted from me. They're going to see me play a Sonic game blind. My first ever Sonic game on stream. So, I hope you guys are excited. It's going to be a blast. I hope to see you guys here tomorrow. We're not doing Sonic tomorrow, but soon. But yeah, with all that said, thank you all so much for watching today. You've all been lovely and amazing. Thank you for the support, the kind words, the viewing, all that good stuff. Thank you, guys. Especially for getting me to 100k subs. Can I just say once again, thank you guys for helping me achieve a dream I've had since I was 10 and getting like a fucking silver play button. That's crazy that you guys managed to pull that off. Thank you. I really do appreciate it. Your support lately has been immensely, immensely helpful. I love all of you so much. And I hope I see you all tomorrow. Have a good one. Doo-doo fart.